Yep, it was awesome.
And I guess they have that raffle baskets or something. I don't even know how it works.
Yeah, everyone in the bridal party is supposed to bring like a raffle to try and help raise money.
Okay,
I'm in my brother's, so we're trying to figure all that out now.
yeah, so I guess that's the thing now. And then the
Yeah.
girls like go away for like fun weekends.
Yeah, the bachelorette and stuff. Times. It's fun unless you're in like four of them at the same time.
Then it's not.
I
Yeah.
got married in August and then I have my brother's wedding, so I'm in his bridal party and then I'm in my stepsister's fiance's party. It's a lot of
Yeah.
trips.
Yeah.
Like, that's expensive.
Oh,
Sounds very
The
expensive.
money.
Jeez. My brother's like, oh, I'm paying for all your tuxes. I'm like, no, you're not doing that. You know, you shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah,
You might as well just buy one
Yeah.
at this
They
point.
Yeah, they
should.
just
You can
last for
find-
all of them.
And I can tell you, you can find them on eBay or the second hand, like Etsy and things like that,
Yeah.
used that probably have been worn like 4 times.
yeah.
So for my wedding, we did like classic tux for all the groomsmen.
Yeah,
But like, I know some people do like certain colors and stuff. So even if you have your own, you have to match the rest of the party, which is,
even so, I still think that if
yeah.
you buy your own tux, you'll use it for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You know, there's always stuff to use a tux for. I
absolutely.
mean,
Buy
less
size
now,
bigger.
but
That was my parents'
Budget
graduation.
meetings.
Yeah, I bought my son one and for high school senior year and now you would never.
That was my college graduation present was a tux.
oh,
My
really?
parents, yep.
Have you used it a lot then?
Twice?
Style.
Not bad in 3 years of owning it, so. Yeah.
Once a year, right? Like,
Yeah.
and you've got a lot of years ahead.
Exactly. I haven't been to that many weddings yet, so.
Once they start,
Into that.
I can tell you, once they start, they're never gonna stop. Ready for that.
Leslie, you got enough chairs?
Over here then.
We got Carol, we need Katie, we'll need one more for John, if John comes. So. Get one from the other room.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I guess you have to
Vinny,
find-
I'll grab one. I'll grab my chair from the office.
Yeah, this is not a good Zoom. It's all right,
Can you see?
kinda.
Yeah.
No, I can't get it.
it's really nice. that
Is she gonna
you
sit
got
there? Someone gonna sit there?
No, but we do have Carol, John, oh, so we might have enough chairs yet. Stephanie was going to grab one for herself.
Yeah.
Is Jen joining us or not?
She had a budget meeting at work.
Okay. I get that one.
Cool. I'm gonna move down to that one because I can't.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, it's got a bit of.
Yeah, but sit up early. I was like, I purposely chose my clothing this week.
I didn't even think about it.
I have to.
I did too, actually.
It was
Decided
80
to
degrees in
wear
my
a nice
office today.
heavy sweater.
Eighty degrees.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I'll switch
I was in my t-shirt.
I had a fan on.
Wow.
My company is a little weird.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
I know, that's why.
Because he's like, I'm gonna fall asleep if you keep it over there. And I'm like, I'm. Well, we figured it out. We
Yeah.
try to balance it out.
Well, I just deal with it now because my wife is always cold and whatever.
So the bill comes
Gonna be
in.
hot, yeah.
T-shirts and shorts.
The teachers, the middle school and short.
Fall is fair game for anyone.
Oh,
It's always in my closet and whatnot.
I would have been sent home. When I was teaching, yeah.
Okay,
Things
So,
are-
are there more?
Yeah. I
No
tried to
extra
get
plugs in there for
extension
you?
cord. Saw you under there and for a minute I thought.
Yes,
It's like.
recognize that.
Anna, you need that plugged in?
Yes.
Is there a plug? No.
No, it's only down at that corner.
You wanna come sit here or not? We'll just move down?
Are you sure you need it plugged in?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this, but it doesn't.
It doesn't
Charge
have-
for 2 minutes.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
So I have about 30 minutes. I've got the same problem with one of mine.
Well, I'll see how it goes. You're gonna be showing everything up there anyway.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that, not even that job, for the moment.
I'll just,
I didn't bring mine because the instructions I received was that I was asking for.
this summer. This is what we've spent in salaries. And our total profit will be about $26,000 after expenses. So. That's the past summer. That's
So
just
you
past.
should already know.
Well, yeah, because what's gonna happen is, so we know what we set up to now, but in May and June, there's gonna be some expenses that will not exceed $12,000, but maybe less. So, that's all. So, our projection for 2026, obviously, I took numbers from the past, numbers from this year, and kind of came up with the numbers that we felt would be comfortable for the summer camp. And how many campers you can feed. That's what our revenue projected. It's about a 25% increase. At least for day camp. The salaries, yeah. Like to add in behavioralist, a needs specialist, and a head counselor that kind of is a person that's going around daily, making sure there's water, making sure there's schedules are out. You know, if there's any issues, bringing it to our attention so that we have time to concentrate on needs. And then the expense difference. A lot of more staff members because we're gonna have. So our profit again is going to be about 26. So I put this in here because a lot of what that we're hearing around is parking lot is just a basic. And I just want to make it very clear that we are more than a babysitting service. We are a place where kids unwind, explore, and thrive. This is an extension of their day, and it's the funnest part of it. What truly sets our program apart currently is that we have a variety, and every day is different. Each afternoon offers a dynamic mix of outdoor play, creativity, art, homework, hands-on STEM activities, sports, team challenges, so every child can discover something they love. From nature to themed activities, weeks, groups, games, they build confidence and cooperation. No two days are the same. Our program shines because of the focus on the whole child. Our staff members are mentors who generally connect with the kids, creating a safe, welcoming environment where children feel seen and supported. We emphasize on social emotional growth along with physical activity, creativity, helping kids build friendships, resilience, and leadership skills in a natural community. I'm not going to go through everything, you guys can kind of see, but I just want to say something about this program. I was at the school a few weeks ago, and I met a behavioralist this summer that I was trying to convince to work for us, but because of the past, he was kind of unsure of things. And she pulled me aside and she said to me, I just want to say something to you, because sometimes we don't hear the good part. She goes, in years past, every day I was doing this. And now, from what I'm hearing, structure and what's going on there, she goes, I have not had to deal with one issue. So, this is kind of why we're asking for the class. So, for projected 2026, we have about almost $170,000 in it. We project about $154,000 in salary. some of you may ask why the salary is more for extended day than the summer camp. It's because we have to have, it is very hard to find staff for the extended day program. So we have to pay a little bit more there because we have to get the teachers and paras from next door, from, yeah, a few teachers from Amity Middle School. So they're not gonna work for minimum wage, so the salary's fine. And we want to have all this stuff there. We have about $4,000 in expenditures. And we've been fortunate enough that when we came here, that we have a closet full of stuff that we've been using, so I think we could get through another year of not spending more money, and have a minimum amount of expenses there. We do provide, it's only a little over 2 hours. The kids have gym, they have homework time, that takes up a lot of the time, so with the arts and crafts and other things, there's not a ton of expenses that we need. So there'll be about a little over $11,000 profit there. Our Bethany Hoops program, we have 108 participants this year. We're gonna shoot for 113. We're looking to break even by the time we pay a coordinator, scorekeepers, trophies, rental fees, yeah. T-shirts, expenses, that adds up, so there will be a minimum of no profit there. Coaches are volunteers, so what we do is we were supposed to have this year, but Mike and I have pretty much been doing it because our coordinator unfortunately fell ill. So it's pretty much, we have a coordinator that goes, because basketball is Monday through Thursday and also Saturday mornings, every night from 6 to 7:30ish. So that person kind of goes, make sure we have the equipment, make sure if the coach isn't there, that we have more hands, puts the schedules together and communicates with the parents. Some additional revenue obviously will be some adult and children programs that we're gonna offer. So we figure we'll bring about $48,000 in next year in revenue. After we pay the salaries for the instructors and some expenses. There won't be a tremendous amount of expenses there, but for like our baking class, we hire an outside teacher to do that, so she has some expenses there. That's where the $1,000 come in. We'll have about a $14,000 profit there. These are just some of the breakdowns of other expenses that we do have. The refs, which obviously was included in the Bethany Hoops, we have lifeguards, and the scorekeepers was also included in the hoops. And then we currently have a part-time administrative assistant, and we're asking for next year to have a full-time. Are you gonna do lifeguards this coming summer? You think? I plan on doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's what we had talked about. The revenue producing, obviously you guys just saw what's kind of producing our revenue. And that covers all staff and program expenses for those programs, professional development, new equipment, office supplies, and the admin salary. What it does not cover is the director's salary, the program manager or assistant director salary, contracted services, which is like my rec, I think the phones, rid of that, vehicle expenses, which might get changed, I don't know, because it's gonna be a multi-use vehicle. Some of miscellaneous expenses, refunds, which we budgeted for $1,000 in refunds. If it's up to me, we will not refund any money, because we're gonna have 100% satisfaction. Lifeguards and some lake expenses.
So the other things were covered.
Did you go back to that? Of course.
Sort of is involved in this and sort of isn't. Most of the people that we are hiring as town employees are coming on as park and rec staff during the summer. And so the onboarding of all those people is gonna have to go through payroll which we are finding that we're needing to hire someone to be able to do that. So, I mean, it's not fully your expense because they're gonna be doing other things, but it's a partial expense. I don't really know how you show it. I just want to tell the Board of Finance that that's where a lot of the, onboarding of new people going in and out. But it's really seasonal. It's then, of course, there's people that come in for hoops and there's people that come in for other things. But it's not totally a permanent expense. It's just there. I don't know how you calculate it, but I'm working on it.
Park and Rec is a community service, understanding the operation model. Most towns run the same model, you know, the program's intentionally affordable and accessible to all residents. Fees charged are to cover the instructors and supplies and any other direct costs that we may have. Directors and assistant will provide town-wide leadership, safety oversight, facility management, and long-term programming. This is why these salaries come from town general operation budget. If salaries were tied to the function of the program revenue, the department would have to operate like a profit-driven private business at higher fees, fewer inclusive offerings, and then reduced abilities to, you know, arts field and more community space. So I just kind of wanted to give you an overview. I took the revenue part of the last few years. So where we were in 2003 to where we'll be in 2007. And then, yeah, sure. I'm sorry. So as you can obviously see, as we go through the years, we're trying to increase everything.
That is interesting, though, that summer camp peak is down, an extended day has continued to go up, so extended days during the school year.
But you also have to remember, we had 6 weeks to plan summer camp this year. Mike and I I came in April, he came in May, and honestly, when Leslie and I sat down, we were hoping to hit $75,000. So,
And something that needs to be brought to light here is, the revenue figures for this fiscal year, for fiscal year 25-26, are significantly less than what was budgeted. But having said that, Nicole had the forethought to say, if I'm only going to bring in 40% of the revenue that was budgeted, I only have 40% of the expense I have to spend. So she kept it proportional.
And the extended day went to 0 in 2025 because it went to the Bruce's.
right. Yep. And obviously, other programming has increased significantly. And we're just gonna keep building on that. So, looking at other towns, almost every town in this state, except for, I think, Town Lake operates at a loss. Our loss will be about 198,000. Comparing it to 2 local towns that are about the same size as us, both operate at over 200,000. And then these are my questions I have for you guys, but you can have questions for me first.
You mentioned, well, the enrichment, can you talk about that a bit more, what it is that, what sort of things you're planning?
Yeah, sure. So currently, we are already doing, obviously, cooking class, we have watercolor class, we've done a mad science class. We've done a
Yoga.
soccer class, we're doing yoga class. These are, right now, are all for kids. We just started an adult basketball pickup league on Monday nights that they have to pay a small fee for. We did try a pickleball class. Mike and I are both trying to kind of figure out how to get it out to the adult community. I think we have to start building that relationship. We have a relationship now with the families and the children. Now we have to build that relationship with the adults. So we'll be adding in pickleball. We're gonna try to do a family pizza making night. One weekend, we're gonna add in a pasta class. we're gonna hopefully add in some yoga, some fitness classes, so those are, other programs that we're gonna try to add in for this year and next year.
What about, the middle school and junior, high school age group? I know you have strong programs for the younger kids, but, there's not a lot of offerings for that age.
So it's funny that you, asked that, because obviously summer camp, we try to do the CIT programs for them. And then we're also talking about maybe doing something a little different where, we do like trips with them, or camp, we provide kind of a camp where they can travel. And go places so that parents aren't leaving them at home all day. But Brent and I talked this morning about doing possibly some type of program, where, especially in the summer, where they come and do like a week of EMT fire training class. So we are looking in things like that, and also, Craig and I, Craig helps with Bethany Hoops, we've been talking about maybe next year doing a high school basketball league, if we can get the gym. Hopefully we're looking into adding stuff in for the region.
And how does the adult programming, how does your department work with the human services group? What sort of a jurisdiction around them?
Yeah, so Robin and I try to talk so that we're not stepping on each other's toes. Just communication.
What programs do you have for seniors? Because you said that it impacts the seniors as well.
So so we did try a pickleball class that did not go, but we're gonna try it again. We're gonna keep chucking at it. So there'll be pickleball, there'll be yoga, there'll be some fitness classes. There's a cooking classes would be for anyone. It could be for anyone, but I think we're mainly gonna attract older adults for that. Because I think it would be hard for families or parents to come to classes like that. And I don't know, for a parent now, no, not as a parent, it was really hard. But, so,
Middle school might have a different class.
Yeah. yeah, so, those are kind of some of the classes we're gonna be offering for the seniors. And obviously, we're open. We did a survey, and the most popular things were the art, the cooking, pickleball, and yoga. So those are kind of the things we're gonna try to push.
What about dog training? Anything?
You can try. I mean, we had the dog training at the Harvest Fest. That was really good.
I wouldn't,
Not that training. I know,
Yes. but years ago, I had a dog and I never had a dog, and I learned that the owner needs to be trained more than the dog, but I went to a class here and it really helped.
I did too. I came here from too.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I really need that here because if you see my face, I have a puppy and this is. Yep, he needs a little discipline.
It would be hiring a trainer to come in, but the program, people charge for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we want to do some things. We've been talking about possibly doing like a night out to do a fundraiser so that we can give some scholarship to summer camp, programming, a night out, and some concerts and music events. Maybe at the lounge or out there too. So there's a lot that we can offer for sure, and we're gonna get there.
So did I read that Hoops did not have a profit this year? And if not, why not? Is it possible to? have
It is
that?
possible that we will have a profit this year, but I'm still waiting. The problem is I don't know what the gym expenses. I know approximately what the gym expense is gonna be, but that's gonna be the big determining factor.
So
It
that's
will be a
at the middle school.
minimum. It will be a minimum profit if we do have that.
Okay. So all of your programs, it looks like, are making profits.
Right.
And the reason we have a loss is salaries and supply type expenses.
Like my rack and cell phones and away expenses.
What about, like pavilion and stuff like that? Does that fall under any group? Who does the rentals for all that stuff?
Currently, it does not fall under us.
Who does that? The town? Usually, huh?
Yeah.
just didn't want to, probably eventually, there's lots of things that could go under Park and Rec, but it would mean expanding permanent staff, and we figured, let them get a whole year done and their feet wet and see how they are, and let this pay for itself, and then we'll move them on to be in charge of other things.
But like the lifeguard though, so that's why it was. Also, there's a few things currently that are not under my budget that I know eventually will be.
So how many lifeguards are you gonna need to cover Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
I was thinking we probably need, not all day, so we'll probably have 3 different lifeguards. We'll have a head lifeguard and then 2 other lifeguards, and where they would split the shifts.
So how many lifeguards are on duty at the same time?
Probably just 1. With the head, 1 lifeguard and then.
And the head lifeguard is also a light.
Yes, yeah. Can't imagine you would need more down there. No. And there may
It's
be,
really not the number that's there, it's the safety that if somebody has an issue and you have 1 lifeguard on and that lifeguard goes for that
goes on.
person, you have no backup. You have no one to call 911. You have no one to watch anyone else that's there. It's really a safety thing. There should always be at least 2. If you have 1 and there's an issue, the town would be liable because it isn't safe. in any way. Open night, very good. You're never a lifeguard by yourself.
Well, currently we do not, because obviously when we came, we did a lot over at the annex, and they did a lot before we got to the annex. And honestly, that's really all we're using. Not sure about the playgrounds yet. I'm really not sure about who is responsible, right, for taking care of those playgrounds over there. So there's still things that we're figuring out, and that's one of them. I mean, obviously, we'd love to have a soccer field down at Vernon, but I know that's something that we would find grant money all the time if we were to do that. And obviously, up at the airport, there's lots of conversations we have to have, right? Like, there's
Right,
ideas and.
We're trying to, depending on what the steep grant comes in with, what the theme of the steep grant is this year, and we don't know yet. We do have a plan for a lot of things at the Veterans Park that includes a soccer field. But if the steep grant says they wanna deal with, I have no idea what else, if it no water or just something else, then we can't. But we were talking about concerts for the summer, and, you know, whose purview does that fall under? Is it the towns? Is it Park and Rec? And, you know, there's a lot of things to make this program larger and more, reaching out to more people in town, not just children in town, for before and after school programs or for camp. But again, this has to run really smoothly. The thought that Nicole and I had was this is really have to be profitable, and show a profit, perhaps even to ultimately include, you know, the assistant director and director salaries. How long that would take, we're not sure. And so we're looking at that as we begin to see what else can Park and Rec take on. And if Park and Rec is going to take on other kinds of things, then they're going to need another full-time person. So, you know, how do you do it?
I mean, obviously, when I interviewed here, one of the things that I said in my interview is I want Bethany to be one of the best towns in the state. I want people who want to come here and live because of the programs we have and what we do for our community. So unfortunately, Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's going to take time, but that's what Mike and I would like for this stuff. And I have to say, like, I've never seen a community that works so well together. And I've had the pleasure of working with Janet and the fire department, and everybody pitches in and helps out. And that doesn't happen anymore. It's amazing at this time. For each other.
And what I'm hearing in terms of budget is this year, so this upcoming year, this budget, we're growing some staff to expand programs. But other than that, for this year, you're not asking.
I think the
for-
only
for
stuff
any-
you're asking for is
Clerical.
a clerical person. Right now, there is a part-time clerical person through June that was approved by the Board of Selectmen. And I get, perhaps you guys that was here, I'm not sure, to approve that salary, but that only goes through June. So
So
the
that's
question then becomes in the
big.
budget, do you want to consider something to continue that person on at all? If so, do you want that person to be part-time? If so, do you want that person to be full-time? Maybe you could explain what the clerical does?
So obviously, we are not licensed, but we try to follow all the protocols for licensing. And with that comes a ton of paperwork that the parents have to provide to us for their kids to attend the programs. So the clerical person will be handling most of that paperwork. Also, not only that, when we get the paperwork, we really have to read through, especially like the physicals. A lot of parents don't tell you that children have issues, but you could pick it up in their physical form. So to make sure we have the proper medication, we have the proper plan for the child. So their responsibility will to go through all those forms and make sure that we have the waivers, the physicals, the permission forms, the photo release forms. What else? We have like at least sunscreen, a ton of forms. And then authorization for pickup. And then also, when it comes to hiring, onboarding process, there's a ton of work that goes into that. And having Excel spreadsheets to make sure we have everything. The instructors have mandated report if they're CPR trained. All their paperwork is in and submitted in on file. So that's one small part of it, but also answering emails. I think Mike and I probably spend 7% of our day answering emails and phone calls. So it will alleviate some of that time so that we can create other programs, and we could have concerts, and we could do other things. So that's why we're asking.
So one of the things that you and I have talked about that I really want to insist on that may or may not come to fruition is prior to anybody at any seasonal level, any counselor coming on, having every class, not 30 days into their program, but have it before, which means
That's already started.
bloodborne training, whatever.
It's a
whatever the
2-hour
issues are.
course that they have to take.
So my
Mandated
question,
re-
my question to you is, and I just didn't see it in here, are there expenses related to all of these classes that the town has to pay or Park and Rec has to pay to have them take all these classes in order to be properly vetted to be or assigned to be a
The
counselor?
only thing that I know that Park and Rec has to pay for is like the CPR on first aid, which is budgeted in our expenses.
Okay.
So like mandated reporter is free. I don't know if it's a town fee that we pay for the GNC training.
That is a town fee,
And then.
because it's not just the park and rec counselors, I think that all staff are required to take those trainings as well. Because it includes, workplace harassment and, your normal slips and falls, it includes, so there's, touches briefly on cyber stuff, so it's an all-encompassing training that every staff member has to take. Sexual harassment, so it is something that the town takes care of elsewhere in the budget. And it is not specific to Park and Rec.
Is that an online training?
Yes,
or-
that's
Yes.
all.
And then any other training that we do with our staff, We have a ton of professionals here and we've been very fortunate that they come in and they volunteer their time.
But you also do specialized training, don't you, with certain counselors? I don't remember what it is, like allergies, or I don't know what it is.
EpiPen and all that,
Yeah.
that's all budgeted.
It is budget,
Yes.
perfect,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep, we have a line for professional development and also we put it in our expenses, so.
Just to follow up on the GNC training that is used, it is the same program that is used by the community school. We reached out to Kay to find out what they were using, and we are now partnered and piggybacked on that program.
So I think the question comes down to the salaries. That's one thing that has sort of been a hot button for the town, and I don't know if this board is fully in agreement on how our philosophy on whether or not this department should be covering the salaries of, like, your two salaries, basically. Me personally, I'll speak about the cost of the extra admin to full-time if it's budgeted in the revenue and project. The programs that you offer, I don't see an issue with that. It only makes sense to me as you scale up that you will need more support. To me, that seems inherently logical. So, I mean, I am a consumer of the products that you offer, and so I come from a different perspective than other members of this board might come from. And as a consumer of their products, I'm so grateful for them. And so I think it's appropriate, in my opinion, for the town to subsidize these two salaries, because I feel that it does create value for the town in a meaningful way. But that is my opinion, and so I'm open to hearing the opinions of the other board members, as you guys have a diverse background.
I think even your goal is to eventually make enough of a profit to cover your salaries. I mean, not next year, but eventually to have the program grow.
As long as they're still affordable.
Right,
Then,
yeah,
there's a balance.
that's the main
there,
thing.
yeah. And other departments that provide services to the town aren't supported by, like, they're supported by town taxes as well. And so, and, I don't know, I'm open to hearing what other people have to say.
I think it's more emotional. That's
Yeah.
my philosophy. Kids are everything, so. Kids, adults, enrichment.
I think it's an expected community service that's being provided and ups the quality of all the programs and you're adding things. And I think townspeople are appreciative. I don't expect it. Maybe down the road, but I don't expect it to be fully funding this. I think that would be, you have to have so many programs that you could do.
I agree. I don't see that.
It's not even
Something
something
changes.
that is.
I think it would have to be part of us taking over the rental parts and adding them to the rental.
I agree. And that's a good point. Most park and rec programs include parks.
Yes. they do.
Right, so like, you know, I work with, you're probably.
Well, we could still, we have to work as a team.
These airlines, right? Most of the cities that I work with professionally, if I need like easements on their parks and things like that, it's handled through the park and rec department. So,
But I would say right now, without a full-time admin, the park and rec department is not in a position to remotely consider taking on the rentals of the. Yeah. Not there yet, but it does make sense if you shift that revenue over.
yeah, so, I mean, I'm not saying that you have to model what other cities do. Leave it to this town, Bethany, to be unique, to find something that works for them, you know, like, why do you have to follow different departments? And, you know, like, we could break the system and that would be totally fine. But, so I'd like to look in more detail at your schedule, but, I mean, of course, we'll deliberate afterwards, but like, it sounds like we're in favor of the approach that you.
Let me just ask one other question. The net funding that you're asking for next year, 198,000, how does that compare to where we're talking this year? Maybe it was on the list.
I didn't understand your question.
I understand the question, but I haven't looked at the numbers in that. Close
In that way.
In that way,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well, I am.
Figure that out.
I'm just curious.
No,
what the history of that is at the time,
Okay.
because we've always funded Parks and Rec, right?
Yeah, I think,
I just don't know what the.
I wanna say, like,
historical
I
is.
tried to look at a few years of what it was in the past, and it was. I wanna say like, Brandon, I think you were there when I was doing it, it was about 150, 160,000.
That
I
we've
don't-
lost in the past,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, this is
yeah.
higher.
But you also have to remember, minimum wage then was not what it is
$10.
now.
Right.
You know,
Versus
like,
17.
it's $17 now, it's like $2 more per hour, per person,
Right.
from like 2 years ago to now. And I think I figured it out, and it was, can't remember off the top of my head, but it was a significant amount of money.
And do we increase fees to cover that or no? Or
We
do we
have-
keep fees where they were?
So from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think at GCC it was increased, but town subsides, paid for some of that, right? I think in the year prior, it was subsidized also. So right now, we are not subsidizing any of the parking lot. The parents pay in full.
But I think part of the difference in the amount that you're spending is that you have a very set number of counselors per student,
Right.
or students to counselors,
Ratios.
however, better word, ratio. And previously, I mean, you have one that's very safe and safe for
Yes.
the children and
Yes.
safe for the running of the business, which was, I'll just leave it at that.
Well, yeah, if you don't want to go into the past.
No, I do
Heard- Yes, so from what I've heard from counselors that currently work for us or have worked in the past, is that it was pretty much 40 kids in one of those small rooms over there with one counselor. Now we keep 2 to 10, we actually try to keep it lower, it's like 2 to 15 or 16 in those rooms over there. And that's the way we try to keep it.
But you said that you're. I'm looking at it now from the perspective of the town. Prior years, they had, higher ratios, and they had a less of a total loss than we are having now when you have higher ratios, but your programs are coming out profitable. So it's the carrying cost that's increasing. And it's probably related to having like 2 salaries, although we had 2 salaries before, so I can't like wrap my brain around what's changed. If the two, and I see the numbers saying they're profitable, so.
And I think too, in the past, is they've had the staff, like, from what I hear, like summer camp had a ton of staff, they just weren't utilizing them properly too. And I think the biggest part of the increase is we're paying a lot more, we're not paying minimum wage, like when we're paying these teachers that are coming over here, we're not paying $16, $17, we're paying 18 to 20 something dollars, because we're getting the quality people to run our programs. So that's gonna increase what we're spending at the beginning. I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, but your programs are profitable, so
Right.
the extra cost is in the things that are not profitable. Or previous administrations that had Parks and Rec programs that had to some extent, or profitable. to some extent.
We lost a lot of money with Park and Rec before, but it's interesting that this is more. Are your salaries so substantially higher than the others? Do you know? Could that be a reason? I don't know what their salaries here.
I'm sure mine is
Mhm.
more than what Janice
Yes.
is making.
I think, yes.
Okay. I mean, the program is totally different. It's, the way it's run is different, the efficiency of it, the quality of it, the safety of it, everything is. But the concern, of course, is focusing on. For the, I mean, the town is paying a portion for it.
Yeah, I think the board is pretty much blind. I'm not hearing,
Okay, yeah.
right? I'm not seeing, I'm not hearing anybody. Just looking at the clock and wanting to stay on schedule tonight.
I appreciate that. Okay, so, was there anything further that you had for us?
I had questions, but I think you guys answered a lot of them, but, you know, obviously we're all new. And we kind of wanted to know what your expectations are, what you would like for Park and Rec in its future, if you had anything.
I don't think we're in a place to, I don't think we've defined that. I mean, I know this board hasn't.
I don't think that's a relevant board of finance.
I
I
agree.
mean, we've had that discussion together, you and I and the commission,
Right.
you know, it has.
But from a financial
need.
standpoint, obviously you don't want to raise the mill rate, right?
Right, yeah.
That's the biggest thing, but like, do we want to subsidize programs? I mean, I don't know if that's the board's decision either.
No, but we're looking for opportunities for grant funding, so, you know, try to optimize that as much as possible. Try to find, ways that could, you know, enhance programs, but, you know, nice fiscal ways.
I think that's a good point. I would ask for that. I mean, look for grants. Apply for whatever you can, because that will only help the loss leader to do on this and add more. But I know you've been doing that, and I know you have grants from, you're working with combined grants right now with someone from one from the school, so. I know you've been working toward that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you guys. Appreciate your time.
Before we go on, I keep getting texts from people saying they can't hear. And so it's fixed. It's fixed? I just talked to Nick. He says that you can hear now. Do the broadcast correctly. Yeah, Benny, we have to.
So I need your help.
Okay.
What's my much Webster's gonna be taken over, and Sam Sander. Webster Bay. That's gonna be, as a big takeover by. That red and white thing. They want to buy what?
Stuff, so that's.
We're recording. Double time.
It's gonna affect me.
Thank you, Ron. Store down in the. You know, because they seem to. Rid of them. Well, to me, Stop and Shop.
Tell you about my.
I don't know, I had people forever. Mr. Webster.
Yes.
That'd be awesome. My husband was. He was the one that was assistant.
So Vinny has to join the meeting. Share a screen. But anyway, what he's projecting on the screen is like.
So.
And to me, that's different. It's not. You know, you give so much. They have an and then they have some 25-year-old person, double the salary and. But you're gonna miss it.
That's what we see over, you get it at work all the time, right? Apparently those are on the side.
I didn't get the name. That's a nice.
Sick day.
I'd like to.
Because I didn't take off.
I knew that was the case, by the way.
And I always had.
Did your family like it?
You need it.
Yeah.
Mhm. Definitely.
in 2 years. That's not
So it depends on, and, you know, quality.
Right.
Yeah, we're paying for food for us. I bet you the average pay rate right now is significantly higher. The average could be 50. And the pay rate is $5 more now.
But the tax staffing ratio.
And you have.
So more. Yeah.
Because that's huge.
Can you try to put a budget on the screen?
So this is, I don't know what they sent you guys, what we sent in, but it's some extra stuff too.
We like extra.
Yeah, take that.
Kill a tree, see if we can. Did you see what North,
I love
their
my.
fire department, they rescued,
Yeah.
right across from where I work.
Rachel doesn't like paper.
They went in the water.
Is it like this time? Can you believe it?
Right, so now.
Yeah. I mean, I knew you would mind. When I saw it.
We're pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I gotta take it out, so I can't go.
No, actually, there is something new.
This is family, bunch of other siblings.
Not yet.
We're dealing with some of the back end.
Leslie or Katie, you need an extra.
Well,
Yeah, somebody's gonna think that's great.
They're taking.
Might be right.
We're seeing that whole week.
Mm.
It's just the, it's gonna be. Yeah.
I don't wanna get too.
Thank you.
Siblings.
When I'm, my daughter went to holiday.
He knows to me.
I'm walking.
Somebody tells me that you used to, unbeknownst to you, you're the last to find out. And.
Right.
Each one.
All right, then you wanna kick us off, or do you have it?
You guys are the boss. I'm here just to give you the information. I imagine you guys got copies of the minutes. Right?
Yep.
So you guys asked us to come in flat, and I did my darndest to do that. For the first, I apologize. For those who don't know me, I think everybody does, but I'm Brent Chicarelli. I'm the chief this year. I've been assistant chief for the past 30-year member, so I've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, I did my best to keep it flat. We've done so. I think this is the 4th year in a row for the most part. I would love to say I can cut things, but it's quite frankly impossible. I did a little quick and dirty math. Even with the operating budget that we're asking for and all the other odds and ends that are not part of our official line item, that Wesley and I talked about, I think it comes out to between $500,000 and $600,000 for fire prevention or fire protection. That's like $65 an hour for the year, if you do the math. It's really not a lot. And we stretch it as far as we possibly can, and this year is becoming a challenge already. So, I just, if you guys saw everything, I could answer questions and help, and then we can just talk about the capital, I guess.
Well, and when you say it's becoming a challenge already, is
I've had,
something gonna slip, I guess?
we never let it slip because we fundraise and back ourselves up.
Okay.
I just got a $12,000 repair bill for our radio system that I have to pull out of somewhere.
Okay.
So it's gonna just shortfall one of the other lines.
Angela's just
And
necessary repair bills.
yeah,
$2.
for overhead doors,
Right.
which that's a gray area because it technically is those bills actually, the town already has them. It's anything over $1,000 comes to town hall.
We're changing that next year, just want you to know.
We'd love not to have those bills. So, and that's what we've worked very hard with preventive maintenance and changing some of our contracts this year to try and prevent things like that from happening. It's been overlooked for a long time, and it's one of my big projects in my first year. So, yeah, so those are the shortfalls that I'm talking about, and we always, supplement, our budget is significantly supplemented by our fundraisers and donations throughout the year.
Okay.
So,
Is this the tanker that's being repurposed?
yeah, so when we get to, I mean, like I said, it's wherever you guys want to start, with, if it's in the line items, or if you want to just talk about the capital projects.
For maintenance, that's it on your budget, like the actual like trucks and pumpers and things like that.
So vehicle maintenance is a line item on here, let me find it. Apparatus maintenance, I'm sorry. So, it is basically covers all the oil changes, the basic maintenance of the trucks, besides maintenance like you would do on your own personal vehicle. There is maintenance to the fire equipment part of the apparatus that has to be done, and that covers our DOT testing. They have to be certified every year, so they go out for that. That's where all those costs come from. And it fluctuates. Sometimes trucks need a little bit more work as they hit certain mileage. They'll, just like your vehicle will need more things one year than it would in a previous year. It all balances out.
It's done at like a local facility or
So
certain places you could do
the
that?
town of Bethany is very fortunate because we have quite a few certified mechanics in-house that perform this maintenance for free. Anything that we can't do in-house, it goes to Mike DeGennaro does quite a bit right here in town. Or if he can't do it, it goes to the appropriate manufacturers for like the fire equipment side, our dealers. We use a company in Cheshire for quite a bit. And things like that. A lot depends on the labor that's needed, but we probably save $40,000 a year just in labor that our members do for free. And that's being kind. So.
And so the fact that you came in with 0 increase, I think is what we asked. So I don't know that we had that many questions around that, but are there things?
This will be the last year of that. I will say that.
Okay.
And before I go on, we may actually have, I'm gonna say an increase, but it's actually gonna be something that's gonna come out of the town's budget somewhere and just get bumped to ours. We've been working hard to streamline the facility and stay flat by redoing some of the services in the buildings, like going to fiber and getting rid of all the cable and things like that with significant savings. In the midst of doing that, we found out that the town hall is paying for a phone line that belongs to the 911 system, which we're going to transfer to fiber so we don't have any more problems with it. But we'll also be taking over the bill on that phone line. So yeah, you're not gonna like, so I am gonna need an increase because it's gonna be about $400 a month.
Yeah, I know right now it's $474 every month.
It's gonna go down to about 400. So that'll come out of wherever line you're paying for that, and kind of like to see that kick back to ours.
Okay.
To cover it. It's been different. We're not sure how it happened. We're very fortunate. One of our technicians that handles our radios and phone lines works for Frontier, and he has really gotten us almost $1,200 in savings a month this year. But we've been able to move that money that's how we're staying flat. But that $400 a month hit was like, it takes part of it out. So if we can get that moved out of wherever it's coming from on the town side to the fire department budget, that would be appreciated. But it won't be, I've been told it'll be 400, not 470, whatever. And I can confirm that with Jay and get it to you.
Okay.
So that literally just came up yesterday. I got that call about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
And with that, are there any things that you were wishing, needing, wanting for this year that you didn't put in? Just and I'm
in the operating budget, there's always things that we would want, but we put in so much for equipment and training, and then we do as much as we can with the money we have. But now, like, I'll limit my training. Certain things we won't be able to do this year, and little odds and ends equipment we won't replace right away because, like I said, I have a $12,000 bill for the radio system that is unexpected for that repair. So we leave ourselves a little bit of room. We don't Leslie will tell you, I'm about as big a penny pitcher as you could possibly be. And the department's always been that way. That's not me, that's just the history of the department.
Can you explain what the fundraisers pay for?
The fundraisers, yeah, you'll see all the line items in the budget, all the shortfalls in there, a lot of training. Also helps cover our dinner. We do our annual banquet. That's not a line item in our budget. It covers gear, extra equipment that we may want to purchase. And then it goes into the savings because we still have to maintain Hinman Station. So when Hinman Station needs a roof, or like this year, we have to replace the furnace, that's where that money goes, gets tucked away so we can maintain that facility.
And I'll tell you, I haven't given Brent this information yet, but we just got the results of an energy audit done, and it covered him in station. They were kind enough to do that. And just a boiler there, they're saying is $36,000.
Yeah, so there goes a good chunk of our savings account, and so we have to start all over again. So that's where our fundraisers and donations go to. So we'll get a lot of donations, memorials and whatnot. And most time they'll come in and we'll try and put them to specific equipment. So we can say, hey, your donations covered this, or if a family requests a certain thing. But most of the time it's going to equipment, putting gear on the members. We have an influx of juniors and people going in for firefighter 1 this year. So gear costs are going to be up this year. So we kind of, Sharon Huxley always said, your line items don't change that much. Remember, Katie, you've been around for a while, and she helped us streamline this a lot. And it's really because we do a lot of bouncing around when we need to, and we'll short ourselves somewhere to make up the difference in other places when we need to.
Question, just because I don't know, what is Hinman Station used for?
Hinman Station houses 1 ambulance, 1 engine, 1 tanker, our antiques, and that's where all the maintenance is performed that we can do in-house. It has a maintenance bay of tools, and the Boy Scouts use it. Yes.
I use the parking lot to ride my bike.
Yeah, and unfortunately, horses use it as a bathroom. So just be walking through. Yeah, so that's what Hinman Station is used for. So it's Bethany's 22 square miles for equipment to get from headquarters to up into High Road in that area. Could take 15 to 20 minutes sometimes. So if there's drivers, and especially for the ambulance on that side of town, it's kind of segmented off where things roll out of versus the drivers. We're fortunate to have members spread out. So that's why the 2 stations.
And how many firefighters do you have, and has that changed much over time?
It varies year to year, but on average, interior certified, meaning you put an air pack on and go fight fire. We're consistently averaging between 25 and 30 per year. This year, I think we certified 25 for interior, but actually we just had 3 new applicants that are all certified in career firefighters, so that number is going to bump.
You recertify every year?
We have to, yes, we have to recertify every year to be interior qualified. There's a whole laundry list of training. So we got to remember, we train, regular trainings are 2 nights a month. 2 Tuesday nights a month for 2 to 3 hours, plus special weekend trainings, plus extra classes, a lot of training. So yeah, so we have to recertify every year. We just finished up. We have to do a live fire training every year, at least 1. But then the roster on a whole with EMS, senior members, auxiliary members, about 65 to 70.
Wow.
The roster. That includes once you're retired, you kind of stay on the roster. We then kick you off. So
25 to 30 active firefighters.
Interior. That doesn't mean we have probably another 10 that are exterior only that can perform operations outside, work motor vehicle accidents, special rescues, things like that. They just can't put packs on and go in. And then there's your EMS people. So yeah, so the rosters.
A lot of our calls come from in town.
Right.
Yeah. So the rosters, yeah, large. Probably not the place for this meeting, but Carol, when she got in, decided she wanted to learn and spent about 4 hours on a Sunday morning at headquarters, seeing what actually happens and learning the history. I strongly urge all of you. I'd be happy to host you, not as an official meeting. Come to the firehouse and see what it's really all about. Because the understanding is just not there for the general public.
Field trip.
Yeah, I mean, Janet spent plenty of time in there over the years with the Harvest Fest, so she's there all the time. So she kind of hears some of the ongoings and knows how we're running out 24 hours a day. But yeah, for those who are new to town or new to the board, I strongly recommend making the trip. So I'll be happy to have you.
Okay, would you talk us through your capital plan? So you have two tankers you want to refurbish
Okay.
and replace them.
I'm pleased to say that we've been doing the 10-year, keeping a 10-year plan active for, well, let's see, Rich.
The capital budget plan.
You have it on there?
No, you what? No, if you have it embedded, then bring that up.
There you go. So we've been updating this plan every year. Like I said, this is my first year as chief, but I was assistant chief under Rich for 7, and we've been bringing this plan and updating it every bit of that long. So it hasn't changed too much from what you've seen, except we just kind of add something on at the end every year. So this year, yes, we want to refurbish one of our tankers, which is a 2000 Peterbilt. We can get to that after we cover the entire list. Next year, the goal is to replace the EMS fly car, which is the first responder unit. For those who are new on the board, the ambulances that we currently have, the Ford was bought with ARPA money, the newest one we have in the fleet. It's the first ambulance the town has ever bought in 65 years of the ambulance service, just because the Corps doesn't make money, and it costs a lot of money to run the Corps. And then of course we have the new one on order, which is almost 20 months out still, and it's been in progress for almost 20 months. That was also bought with ARPA money. They'd love to get back to buying their own again. We're gonna try and do the fly car and be able to take it off, but I can't guarantee it. With the way the current things are going with medical payments and things like that. Anybody who deals with insurance knows. So you don't get paid anywhere near enough to cover the bills. So yeah, so next year would be the EMS fly car replacement, and then the following year, the net tanker.
Fly car?
It's the first responder car. So the top, we have an expedition, but it's so oh, you didn't have the text yet the other day. So the other day we had 3 calls back to back to back. Both ambulances were out. First responders grab that car. They can respond to the scene. It gets used for standbys at events like horse shows and carnival and things like that, where it's one person that's fully equipped with all life-saving equipment and whatnot.
What type of vehicle is it?
It's typically like a Tahoe. Looks like a paramedic unit, just like you would see like Medic 54 in Woodbridge or Orange is 44. They, just a single car. They have Explorers. We have an old Expedition. So again, 28, 29 would be the second tanker. 29 and 30, possibly the command unit that I drive. And then we would go to our first engine that'll be coming up for refurbishment, and we're hoping that we'll be able to refurbish. That'll be the first engine we've done in a long time, but we built them well and built them right. So we're hoping that refurbs instead of replacements will be, fully in order. And I can't give numbers going out more than 2 or 3 years. I can tell you that engine 81, which we took delivery of in 2021 for $895,000. If I spec that truck today, it's 2.1 million. It's apparatus is insane.
I saw, they had something in the news.
Yeah, it just went by because we just had a car accident. But yes, that truck, if we spec it today, is $2.1 million.
I think in our 5-year plan, we do have to have numbers for that, isn't it?
Well, can you pull up the capital budget plan, Vinny? Because I think in that plan, we do have a number put in for the command vehicle.
I apologize. I would imagine it's going to be around $100,000, about the same. I mean, we did it for the one that's out in the for 85.
5 in there right now.
That's what we spent on the one that's sitting there, and that's 4 years old, 3 years old. So I would think
that was the number that we had last year. That just kind of rolled it. I mean,
I would say probably go closer to 100, because it would be similar to the fly car. There's not too much difference.
Do we replace vehicles like cars?
let's see, so that command truck that I have now is a one, I believe. The one before it was a 2005. So that's a pretty good stretch.
15
Yeah,
years
I
from
mean,
now.
and like I said, the tanker that we're getting ready to refurb is 25 years old.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
All the big apparatus, we try and run them to 20 years, and most of the time we're running 25 and more.
The numbers that you have on here, 82, 87, 83, is that some kind of sequential numbers?
Just the unit IDs.
Mhm.
So a little history, the 8 before all our numbers on the fire apparatus, it's 8 because it's Bethany tax code. I learned that very young age in the department, so that's where the 8 comes from, because that's the town tax code number, or ID number. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what it is. Yeah. Then they're just numbered. So the tankers, there's tanker 82 and tanker 87, and there's engines are 82, 83, and 81. Which that truck was combo, and we have a 86. And then the Limas, the EMS units, the Limas, that's a designation from the state.
So you think we are still almost 2 years out for the new ambulance?
I-
The ambulance that's on order.
For the ambulance that's on order, yeah, it could be that one.
Is that because we're on a waiting list or is?
So, I'm talking to the dealers who we talk to regularly, because like I said, the one that we have bought the majority of our apparatus from is in Cheshire, and they do quite a bit of maintenance and testing for us. Since COVID with ARPA money, basically everybody's buying fire trucks and ambulances with ARPA money. So the manufacturers are overwhelmed, and it's driving the prices up and driving the build times up. It used to be fire trucks would be probably about 2 years on average. Some of them are up to 40 months. It's starting to come down again because the ARPA money's running out. But and then of course there was the whole thing with with the Fords. You couldn't get vehicles because they were missing components because of COVID and things like that.
But you expect calendar year 27 is probably the
I
earliest.
think that's what Steven's thinking is that's where we're gonna come in.
Okay.
So if we had to order that truck today, we'd be up $100,000 from what we actually paid for it, what we're contracted for.
Can you talk about the refurbishment?
Yeah, if you're going to do this, I put this together because Leslie said to me, you better explain the difference between the refurbishment and purchasing new. So I'll try to put this together for you folks. So the first tanker line is a 2000 Peterbilt. Good to see you. With a tank motor, it's got a 3,000 gallon tank, so it carries 3,000 gallons of water. If you've lived here long enough, you know that we don't have many hydrants in town, and the few hydrants that you see are really actually dry pipes that we suck water out of, if you will. If you spent any time on the zoning boards, you know that we put 30,000 gallon tanks in the ground for every 6 houses that get built now, and we've been doing that for years. So we have to bring our water to the fire, and that's what the tankers primarily do. So they're vital. So we have 2 really good trucks. Beacon Falls just took delivery of a new tanker. I think their initial budget was 650,000. By the time they took delivery, it was 850. And it's a good truck. They don't build them like the trucks that we have sitting in our firehouses, quite frankly. And really, we don't put a ton of miles on it. It's a Peterbilt with a cat motor with 20,000 miles on it. It would be irresponsible to say, oh, we just want to drop $1 million on a new one. The truck needs some work just to update it for safety and like anything. I've done this. I'll let you guys read it. You can take it home, and it's just a generalized list. We look doing things, going through the suspension component, making sure all the bushings and things like that are replaced. Like I said, the main drive line of the truck is in excellent shape. So be more filters, the radiator may be due for replacement, and until a real tear down is done, we don't have all those specific answers. So what we did is we made a list, got some basic pricing, and went worst case scenario for the number to give you guys. We've come in under budget on everything we've ever done, whether it's $1,000 or $5,000. Every time we build something, we come in under. We don't come back looking for money. And I don't intend to start that trend. So the biggest thing on this truck, there is a slight leak in the tank, so it hits the frame, and of course with the salt and everything else that we have on the roads.
Is that this?
Yeah, so I did put some pictures, it's very difficult to see, and I apologize, but it's the best I can do without, we don't have a lift I can put that truck on. So there is some frame corrosion, significant frame corrosion under the pump on the passenger side. I'm not a truck mechanic, I'm a tool maker. And I know about metal, but I don't know, I'm not gonna dazzle you with a bunch of things. But those frames are two pieces, it's a double frame, so there is some separation. Until they actually dismount everything from the truck and look at it, they'll determine whether it needs to just be cleaned up and reset, or if one of the rails needs to be replaced. And that number will cover that. So, best case scenario, we don't have to, and it's all gonna get cleaned, recoated, and, you know, with anti-corrosion, whatever the newest and latest materials are to protect the underside of the truck. And then as far as the fire body part, they'll repack the pumps, rebuild any of the valves on the truck that need to be rebuilt. Again, fix the leak on the tank, and just update some of the lighting, bring things up to more of the standards. Clean up the cabinets, adjust some of the cabinetry for the newer equipment, because it was built 25 years ago for things that we don't have anymore. So, and things like that. So it's a much more cost effective and responsible way to do business.
And who's gonna do it?
So this is the big question. I know things have to go out to bid. And if we can get a whole itemized list together and send it out. I would prefer we don't do that, and because we use the dealer that sold us the truck, who was in Cheshire, and DeGenero's for all the major maintenance. I would prefer to keep it in-house because we can get it done faster and we can have control. If we send a package out to bid with a full list and it goes out of state, we'd have no control. They can spend every dime and do every piece of it, regardless of whether we see it or not. Whereas if it's local, we can split the bill, where I've already talked to both. We can separate the truck into its two pieces. The fire equipment part could stay in Cheshire and be repaired while the cabin chassis in Bethany getting work done. And again, we can put it out to bid, and that may be the winning package. I'm just not sure how we're gonna bid that. How that's gonna work. So I'll look to Leslie to help me with that. And it'll ultimately be up to you guys how we handle it.
For something this big, I mean, it would be a normal practice to put it out to bid.
Yes, no doubt that's the way the town is in order to do it, and we'll be happy to do it. The outcome makes me nervous. Having the guys who have worked on the truck for the past 25 years doing the work is the preferable method, and it's people that we trust, and it's right here. We can look at it every day.
Mhm.
So,
Could we limit the geographic area that we put out a bid to?
yeah, I'm sure. I mean, the
to-
people may not want to touch it too.
Can we bypass the bidding system?
The Board of Selectmen can always waive the bid process on any project we do. It's their discretion.
Yeah, it's outside of this, but.
I mean, we'll do what you tell us to do, as far as that goes.
I think we have to talk about it.
Yeah, we have.
You can't use a bid, but.
It may be better to go out to bid,
There have to
open
be
the bids,
reasons.
review it, and then perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, because I want I get nervous when we do bids because we bid the firehouse and we went low bid in this town and it's cost us nothing but money that it shouldn't have been in the long
Right.
term.
Well, and that's.
And
the
that,
scary
and
part.
there's more coming. So if we're in agreement, we can put it out and then choose the best course of action afterwards. Whatever you guys prefer.
Right, not just bid the lowest bid.
Conversation.
Low bid is not the best bid.
Doesn't do that, and
Yeah.
I think it's something we have to talk about.
Absolutely, absolutely, no problem with that.
There is something on here that's missing.
Yes, I have some extra things. So did I talk to you this morning? I didn't put it in because I didn't know if we were gonna. I have a list. So I sent something to Leslie, as I stated, we just dropped quite a bit of money on overhead doors, so. Headquarters is a town building, it is the first firehouse that the town actually ever paid for. And it's reaching 20 years old, and falling apart pretty rapidly. As many of you know, the floor got replaced, what's it been, 6 years now, right? To the tune of almost $150,000. Last year we spent almost 20, Leslie, on the heaters in the bay.
Yep.
So the overhead doors have been neglected for years. As much as I've tried to get people in there, it's very difficult to find somebody to do commercial overhead doors to that extent. So I finally did, and they just cost us, between updating them and doing the proper maintenance on all 10, plus replacing one opener, almost $11,000, right, Leslie?
Correct.
Which is, I have sent those to town hall. I was gonna try and bury them into our budget, but now with the $12,000 radio repair, I can't. In the meantime, when we had the doors inspected, all the openers are out of code. You can't get parts for them anymore. And we're looking at like $4,500 a door to replace the openers.
And how many doors?
10. We've already done. So the good news is, I told Leslie, I said, it'd be really nice to do them all in one shot, but it is a big expense. The remaining front 4, I would like to do. Those are the primary doors where the first line pieces are in and out. They're the most used. They're up and down the most. And the most important, the 5 rear doors have much less use on them and are not primary. If we wanted to split it, do half, and then we can wing it. If the back ones go, we can replace them one at a time. An emergency repair costs about $1,500 more than a regular repair, which is why the bill was so high on the replacement, because it was an emergency repair. I can't not get fire trucks out of the building.
Right.
So that's to the discretion of the board. However, we also need a boiler replacement there. And I think Don just got a new quote today, which he was happy with, which was $6,500.
Correct.
Yeah. So I talked to Don about maybe adding a capital in to cover bulk maintenance run on headquarters. I can tell you that the furnaces in the bays were done. They're doing great. We have one of the furnaces in the main building that's about to go. And it's hard to get parts for. Sal's been there weekly, babying it along, and we'll see how things go. That's going to be significant and probably going to end up needing to be done before next winter.
That's in addition to?
That has nothing to do with the base. Yeah, I haven't even.
In addition to what, now
That's new this week.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
asking for next year's budget or for this year's budget? That's what I.
So this new capital for the overhead doors and the water heater would be an add-on, which I didn't initially send because it's all brand new. I have to apologize. The water heater I thought Don was doing, because so the boiler gets inspected because it's a public building every year. He got notification this year that the boiler is out of date. While it did pass, it needs to be replaced.
So the question becomes, when is that due for it?
So
That, because we're
the
gonna.
inspection was 3 months ago.
Okay, so it would definitely fall in.
It would have to be done. It would have to be done
into next year.
into the next year's budget. So it would be.
Absolutely flat.
Well, so it would be a capital project, not in the operating budget.
Okay.
So yeah, so like our operating budget would be staying flat, but it wasn't expected.
Any money to do any of this year?
Huh?
Do we have any money to do any of this year?
I don't know. There is a building maintenance fund that you have to ask Leslie.
The building repair fund, is $12,000 that we put in the operating budget every year. And if we reimburse the fire department for the $11,300 that was spent on the overhead door,
They didn't pay for it.
they pay
It's paid for. I had to get it fixed. The bill's paid. Yeah,
immediately.
yeah.
Sorry.
And we reimburse the fire department for it. He paid it before he even told me that it had to be done.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, Brent, they're over $1,000, the town should have taken care of that. And he's
I
like,
can't not have doors open.
I thought you just
Yeah,
said the
or
bill.
doors come.
To process on our end, that will wipe out the maintenance line for this year, in this year's budget. We always have other sources of funds that we can
go to pay for items, i.e. the furnace, the boiler, you know, those items are easily LoCIP projects. If we want to tap into that money. Right now that we are sitting, they changed the way the program works. So we get approximately $69,000 every year. And we get to spend it in any way we choose, as long as it appears on the 5-year capital plan. So we put it on the capital plan and we pay for it, and we can LoCIP it.
And I have to apologize, the furnace, when I say within the past 7 days, it's the past 7 days. We had a couple issues with it that, you know, we've been paying, the bills are under $1,000, Sal comes out, we take care of it. The last one, he's having difficulty getting parts for it now. We're hoping maybe it'll be fixed, so I don't have numbers and I can't guarantee that it's gonna last. I just don't know. It's all new.
Because I was talking to Don today, he has some things for LoCIP for this year as well.
Right now, LoCIP,
But these aren't in the 10-year plan.
They're not in the
So
10-year.
we couldn't use LoCIP for them.
we can.
We can.
Next year.
Next year.
No.
We
do
can,
it this
we
year.
can as of. I mean, I hope the furnace survives. But
Maybe.
as of May 19th, we can do it. If we put it on this capital plan now, that goes to the town meeting and gets approved at the town meeting, we can start work on anything that is LoCIP funded
Right.
immediately.
Right, anything at the town meeting can be approved. So how much is left in LoCIP? Because I know we spent like
How much is
almost
the furnace?
20 already.
We don't know,
on
this
LoCIP
is,
that I know
this
of.
is all new.
How much is the boiler?
And I submitted the report.
We got three
It was $134,000.
today,
That's not bad.
or a similar one.
Don't we have to use it
for
by the
about
end?
60
No, it runs forward.
So it's possible.
65.50.
So I'd like to see if we could do some of this year, rather than on next year's budget.
And the furnace is.
Yeah, I'd like to know the number.
Okay.
Would you? Yeah, we're gonna need the amounts. For
65.50 for the boiler.
God knows for the furnace.
For the furnace, I have no idea. I can call Sal and get numbers on that. And like I said, he's still working on getting parts and doing some, trying to get some upgrades done. So I'm just preparing. I don't like ever, I hate calling Leslie and saying, oh, by the way, this just happened. So
mentioned 3 things though. I've got furnace boiler and then the doors.
the overhead doors, so the overhead doors, I actually talked to Don, the electrician that he uses will actually lessen the amount. I would be at 4,000 a door with electrical work and the openers that need to be done. So 4,000 times it's 4 is 24, 1,600 for the 4 in the front.
Yeah, so
16,000.
you would be between, because right now the quote that Brent has is for 19.4 for them. So the door would be, probably like maybe about 17, so we can get it a little.
And that's with the decision to do the 4 that we have to do right
The
now.
furnace, correct.
And leaving, is that?
I'm
is
fine,
that
we're comfortable.
5?
5 in the back.
5 in the back.
Yep.
For next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, those we could put in.
If you buy lots of extra chickens with your dinner, they'll put the money toward a door.
Listen, barbecue dinner went out the window with a minute dead radio system.
Yeah, what's the story with the radio? What happened?
Nothing.
Isn't it pretty new?
Almost 10 years now. So yeah, it's like anything with, it's frustrating. It's a GPS unit that links to satellites and sets the timers and keeps everything in perfect timing and communication. Shit bad.
Just
The
not
unit
working.
alone is $8,500, and then all the installation and the emergency call out. We have a loaner in there right now. And
Wasn't this like $1 million system? $2 million.
Yeah. And it's our hands are tied by Motorola. We've tried other vendors and yeah, we're looking at other vendors for service. Just the service contract on the radio system, which we don't have, is $38,000 a year. And that wouldn't even cover and I don't do it because it wouldn't cover this. It would just say, oh yeah, it's broke, so we'll come out for a non-emergency fee. It's, yeah.
The other area where there is money is there is approximately $700,000 in the capital reserve.
I was gonna ask about the capital reserve. How much is it?
Approximately $700,000. We looked at it yesterday. It's
I
a different, it's a
I feel
different.
like it's more every time we talk about it.
That's not a bad thing.
Right. Unbelievable. Okay, and the capital reserve is 700.
But if we can get the doors done, the boiler done. Even the furnace, depending on what it is, this year.
I wish I had better answer for you on that, but it doesn't.
Help our budget a lot for next year.
Oh, because we're not even on the budget for next year.
Right, yeah.
Well, and there are things that just, you can't not do. Right? I mean, you can't.
Do you think you could get a price on a furnace within, I don't know, week and a half?
Yes, I think, yeah, I mean, between Don and I, they go out to bid, you know, our go-to is, South Pietro from town, because I text them when the heat goes down in one of the buildings, and he's there.
I mean, that may have to go out to
And
bid,
he,
but.
you
I
know,
don't
he bid the project on the heaters and was the winning bid.
Yeah,
So,
but
he's
if
good
you
to
can
the
give us a
fire department.
guesstimate, you know,
Yeah.
got it. Work
That's
this out
very
to
Yeah,
do.
no, I mean, anything like that, you know, even the people that we use regularly, they know we have to go for 3 bids, so it's not an issue. Not an issue to do that, so.
But bid can be done quickly. I
Yeah,
mean, it
oh,
doesn't
no,
have to
I have
take
no
forever.
doubt, I mean, Sal's familiar, so he probably doesn't have to go back up and look at it, he could just run all the numbers, cause he has all the part numbers in the file. And then Don has access to get people in to look at it, so whoever the town uses, he can have,
Yeah.
go in and check it out. And then
Any other
actually,
good news you'd like to share?
Kind of a damper here. Step 4, the furnace, the boiler, the doors, the radio. The radio, I mean, anything
yeah,
else?
but the radio isn't, it's costing all of us, but it's in our, I'm pulling ahead of the budget we already have, so that one you don't have to pay for. Again,
But then
yeah.
the next big thing, we will, because you will taking it all out of your budget. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, at this point, no, I am looking at looking at the retention and recruitment funds. But that won't be for this year. Not right now, there's too much to look at and just.
You guys never get to a, not that we have great intersections, but an intersection, put your boots out.
Oh, collect money.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, God, we're running ambulance and running fire trucks. We do it events, when we do events, we do it. We run
Because
around.
I'm telling you, I get hit in orange all the time.
Yeah.
Every time I turn around, you're.
And you're.
Yeah,
Fred, what updates you foresee? I know you have it in 23, 25.
so in the long term, the generator is eventually gonna need to be replaced, that is on there. Let me get my list of that.
How old is that?
So the generator is the same age as the building, that generator was new to that building, so 2007. We moved in, but I can tell you that generator, it's a year older than that because, you know, most of the equipment was bought ahead of time and, you know, sitting.
Are these just Band-Aids or?
No, so like the generator span, it is what it is.
Is
Like I said, that's one of the service contracts. I've told Leslie, we took over a lot of things that were getting neglected, and we've put into our budget, like that generator was supposed to be being serviced by the company that takes care of the town ones, and they were frankly neglecting issues with it, and so we paid to have it repaired. And put the service contract on with the company that we use for Hinman Station. And so now that gets maintained, but it is gonna be at that point where it's gonna need to be replaced and upgraded. And eventually, well, the building leaks like a sieve, period. It always has since the day we moved in, but it is a steel roof and eventually all those screws have to be tightened and done, but I don't know how that's gonna work with the solar arrays. But gutters and all that will eventually need to be addressed. But it's like any building that's 25 or 30 years old. I mean, that general maintenance, even on your house, it's no different. So, I mean, think about what's been done here.
The leaking is not like,
you're saying that it's leaks on state one, that's not a positive.
But it's not, I'm not gonna lie to you either. I mean, and
Yeah.
we are constantly, we spend nothing but money. We keep a constant array of ceiling tiles. Keep them in stock so we can change them and go up and do what we need to do as needed.
So what's one good thing you'd like to share with us about the fire
Have
department?
one of the best fire
There you
department
go.
ambulance services. You have no idea what you got.
We
You really don't. So I'll give you, for the new people, I'll give you an average month last year. 40 to 50 calls. And one of our worst months, we had a group of guys that saw 2 ODs. Coded a bunch of people. And pulled the guy out that got run over on Route 69 and had to work him in the street. But then
Right.
finished the month, one of our guys gave birth to a baby in town in our ambulance. So it's the good and the bad. And they're all hours of the day. You know, like I said, when you look at it, it's you pay $65 an hour for 24-hour care from the fire department is what all the money that goes to the fire department, that's what it boils down to. It's really not a lot. You get a lot of bang for your buck. Carol will tell you now because she could see when we're going in and out. She has the ability. We have a good group. We have a new young crew coming in. The numbers are coming up. So that's a good thing. And nobody got hurt this year.
That's good.
And 750 calls or so, which is a light year. The numbers go up though. The ambulance gets busier and busier. But we get it done. It's always on the road. We don't drop calls.
I put the numbers in the bulletin this month. so
Yeah, I
people-
sent them off so you could see it. I did see it nice right up. Thank you.
So that people could see
Yeah.
how much we did.
So we are at, well, exactly where we are for this year. And actually, I have to show you how to read that too, so you can see the call numbers. We are at 57 for this year already. So the motor vehicle accident that happened just before I got here. It's call number 57 for the year. So a little bit of a slow start.
Brent, you shared something with me the other day that I think you should share with this board
Which part?
regarding other fire departments in the state.
Oh, no, I'd rather not because I'm the chief. I'll let somebody else share that, but that's a fact and somebody else could bring that up. I will not.
Okay. Well, then I will bring up the fact.
Yeah, because that's not what our department's about. And as long as I'm a chief, it won't be.
Well, now you've got us interested. Go ahead.
Bethany's fire department is the only department in the state that does not pay their officers.
So,
Most
yeah,
fire departments give their officers a stipend every year for doing what they do. Bethany's fire department chooses not to do that.
yeah, we're one of the few departments left. Now, just to make it clear, we have the recruitment and retention fund, which is very nice,
Correct.
which we're gonna be looking to up the amount. That's coming. We have the tax abatement, which is very nice. We have always traditionally been the last ones to put those things in place by a lot of years. Most departments also do pay by call for their volunteers, which is kind of takes the volunteer out of it, but they do it. It's on average, I lose $12,000 to $15,000 a year out of my own personal budget to be here. So just 2 days a month on average, I'm not working because I'm doing fire department business. That's not calls. That's talking to Carol, talking to Leslie, dealing with overhead doors and radio systems, and things like that. And that's for a lot of members, a lot of members. A lot of departments do stipends for their officers. We're one of the last few that don't, but everybody around us does. I can assure you our budget is one of the lowest fire department budgets in the area.
And when you say stipends for your officers, are you saying the town does?
It gets put into the budget.
Gets
Yeah.
built in.
It's anywhere from $500 for the year, which is a little something,
Right.
to $20,000 a year.
Just making sure I
So,
understand.
yeah.
It's not included in their $247,000 ask.
But it,
But it is included in a lot of other town budgets.
Yeah,
from the town to make sure that they're being serviced by
It's-
the fire department.
it's a full-time job.
Yeah.
So, it's, Leslie knows I talk to her once a week. I talk to Carol quite a bit. I
Yeah.
talk to the previous selectman. And all the officers do that, whether it's for purchasing equipment, setting up training, going to training. It's a lot of time and commitment. So Carol had asked me, she says, just do more fundraisers. We should start to ask a lot. I got 2 officers that have 5 kids apiece, and they all play sports. But they are there. I could pick up the phone and call them, and things get done.
Yeah.
So, and they go out and do calls. So, Christmas Day, what was everybody doing Christmas morning? Because we had 20 guys at the structure fire. Okay, New Year's night, everybody doing, sleeping, getting ready to finally go back to work. We had 25 guys at a structure fire in 10 degrees. So 2 fires in 1 week. We don't get a ton of fires. We had 2 fires 7 days apart. So on holidays, and then Christmas morning,
Christmas Eve.
Christmas morning at 11 o'clock, what's everybody doing? Finishing opening presents and having fun. We had 20 something guys down by Route 42 putting out a fire in 20-degree weather, and they were gone for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I said men and women, and we have other towns here too.
The other side of it is, on a positive vein, these guys love it. It's generational. It is remarkable to me that generation after generation after generation steps in and understands the call and heads toward it. And the department, a group of people that are very dedicated to the town, they understand that they're volunteer and they understand what the situation is and they step into it. The other thing about the fire department building it, if at least, is has been traditionally over the years our emergency operations center when we've needed it. We could do it somewhere else, but it's set up for it. The people are there. It's run well in case it's needed. And they open their doors and their everything to allow the town to and be part of the emergency operations as needed. So there's a lot involved there. I will tell you from personal experience, just lately, had our 20-inch snowstorm. I went up there, they came and got me because there's no way in hell I was driving in that snow, and they came and got me, and the fire department, out of their money, fed the Department of Public Works guys for dinner who had come in off the road. And they, I think by the time they got done, by that night, it was at least 24 hours that they'd been working. I think by the time they got done, it was something like 36 hours. But they came in, the fire department was there for them. Here's dinner, sit for a few minutes, let's feed you, don't think about it. And they can go off again. And so that happens.
We've been doing that for years, and we work very well with all the town departments. That's kind of what we do. So again, Janet could tell you because she works with us with the Harvest Fest for how many years? All the groups, we pretty much host all the meetings up there and get it done. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else I can provide with you guys. I will say I'm not done. I got a meeting in 10 minutes and then another one in an hour. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Helpful.
I'm very serious about extending the invitation for the board to come. I can tell you it's a big learning experience. So, to see how we operate. So there's not secrets up there. So you guys fund it, you're welcome to see whatever you want to see.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think, we're positive.
Does it?
I just had as it feels.
No, IT.
What's this?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes, because now 7 o'clock is public works already, right? Am I right? I'm gonna look at it.
I had 7 o'clock possibly as human services, but I think they have to make guest appearance.
So I have it 7 o'clock is public works.
Public works is 7.
And we don't have anything between now and 7.
I had possibly
read.
human services, but I think they present.
Yeah.
We sold the meter at 16, so.
Okay.
We are.
5 minutes, 5.
Yeah, I get all those explanations. I love it.
Yeah, and there's
Supporting.
I put it all. I've never done a budget before, so I just guessed.
You did not.
I did a, what do you call it? You call it
Swear.
educated,
Educated,
yes, which is just one extra word on top of yes.
Guesstimate.
Yeah, guesstimate, there we go. Don't be alarmed by the 700% increase
Well,
in internet
maybe
license
we
service
should
fees.
just hold off for
Oh, yeah.
a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
The
It-
700.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a presentation as much as if you have any questions about what.
No, we just talked about it.
I
It's helpful, but everybody should.
don't really have anything to show them.
And just while we're waiting, I did see the announcement that .gov
Yeah.
is going live.
Yes, on the 12th, I believe.
On the 12th. So Novus is testing it this week with some test accounts, and then the 12th it's going to be up. So that's exciting.
Under budget?
I don't know. I don't really. It's possible because, and I know the estimate that I gave before was going to be like, oh, it'll be like a couple months. And then I was on a Zoom call with them last Friday, and they were like, "So when do you want to do it?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know. How long do you need it?" And they're like, "Well, we want to do it on a Thursday when Adam's on site, in case there's any issues. There shouldn't be any issues. But how's the 12th sound?" And I was like, "I thought you needed more time." But it turns out most of what the waiting process is waiting to get the .gov domain.
Oh.
Like
and you-
applied from the federal government, which I did in like July or
Yeah.
August. I did it a long time ago. So the next day after the last meeting where we got the funding, I emailed Novus. I signed the thing. And Slava, our site lead, emails me saying, "Yep, first step, go to the government website and fill this out." I was like, "Oh, I did that a while ago." He's like, "Oh, all right, never mind. We've got it from here then." So that was it. So who knows?
It was getting cold. Everything was good until we need this.
Like, oh, no. Well, especially in this cold to have some of those things not work.
Oh, yeah.
It's horrifying.
Yeah. you're kidding.
Horrifying.
Wood stove.
It's a godsend.
You betcha.
Yeah. We
I
can
haven't
survive.
bought oil in probably 8 years.
Is that how you heat? Like you have a pellet stove or,
I have a wood stove.
and that heats your whole house?
It does.
Oh, that's fantastic.
My furnace goes up, we got, I think, probably 100 gallons. Because that was the minimum delivery,
Yeah.
maybe 8 years ago. So, sometimes in the morning. You hear the furnace kick on.
Yeah, just because you haven't restoked the
Well, we haven't stoked it
fire.
up. I mean, it's still burning, but it's not,
hot.
yeah. So,
And that morning hour or 2 or 3 are usually the coldest. It's
so
usually
it kicks
from 4
on
AM to 9. That is our lowest temps. Or has been.
yeah.
Yeah.
This year's been brutal.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it has a fan, so it blows the air and
No, that's fantastic.
it's funny because I'll go to my daughter's house and she has a wood stove for the great room, but they're very nonchalant about using it. But and I'll be there with the kids and I'm like layered like a snowman because her house is so cold. And I'll go home and as soon as I open the door, it's like, oh my God, it's like a song. It's so nice. But I'll take my head and I'll stand by the wood stove and he'll go,
Yeah.
"Are you cold?" And I said, "Feel my hands." And he's going, "Oh my God." I mean, my hands are frozen just from being, and my nose is like a dog's nose. It's like nice and cold. But no.
If they're healthy.
Kids are healthy. I mean, but no. Bring an extra jacket when I go to their house so that I can take my coat off and put
a jacket.
I put my fleece on. And,
Oh, yeah. Well, you probably wouldn't like coming to my house. I got
And
up
my
this morning
grandson.
and it's 58.
And then my grandson who's
On purpose?
Yeah, that's the thing.
He comes home from school, he runs in the house.
Yeah.
Their shoes always come off at the door. They don't wear shoes in their house. They wear slippers or whatever, but not their outdoor shoes. So his shoes are off. And then the next thing I know, his shirt is off. And I'm like, Jackson, it's freezing. And he goes, no, it's not. And if you touch him, he's warm.
He's,
And
he,
he runs off leash and he's bare chested. I'm like, oh my God.
We'll make room.
yeah, right? There's, this whole side is now clear.
Yeah, so, we have this wood burning stove, my husband lights it at 4 o'clock every afternoon. And it heats the old part of our house, which is where we spend all our time. So the family room and a little like almost breakfast nook kind of area in the
Yeah.
kitchen. And then I have a bit of a separate part of the house. So it's freezing on the other side. And then in my office upstairs, where I'm up there, I have a little electric heater and that's all I need. And the cats don't care. They are transparent. It's gonna get to the point, first thing in the morning, so there's 58, that's
Yeah,
pretty.
that's cool.
Electric blanket is the other godsend.
Yeah.
It's actually, it goes under the fitted sheet, so it's underneath.
Oh, I never
That's
did
like the whole
before.
thing. And it's got dual controls.
I was just gonna say. that- And I'm constantly kind of swinging too. Hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. Like I can be cold 1 minute and then
It's so-
boiling.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
because if you, and then you warm up and you take everything.
I mean,
out.
why?
Yeah.
Just-
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. But-
You know?
Yeah. But we filled up our house oil tank and
Yeah.
just put 100 gallons in his workshop, it's $1,000.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. It's crazy. I think I'm gonna do the split air
When it comes to
units. So that's those,
you know. Pizza
because I did one in our tack room in the barn. We've got sort of like covered
These two pieces.
percent, except in the winter.
Yeah.
Right?
I think
Because of the size. But we.
Exactly.
Usually we, I think we pay like
Exactly.
$15 a month for electric. Yeah, the solar's been great. We don't have it on the roof. We have like the freestanding.
Oh,
We have it's like, I think we've got 4 or 5 panels. But so the split airs do air conditioning and heat. And I just feel like it would offset, you know,
Yeah.
so. That's my latest thought.
Shall we? Do you need to go get you a glass of water from Harvard Churches?
Okay, for now.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go film. Are they not cut?
Yeah, no, it is. Oh, not the ends. Okay.
Sometimes they're not.
Are they all the same, Leslie, or are they?
No, they're all different.
Bacon.
Plain and margarita.
Oh, yeah.
Bacon, plain, margarita.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We went on the elected officials tour of the.
Oh, yeah,
Yes, today.
yeah, I wanted to do that, but then I said, I don't really have time.
It was good.
Yeah.
Really good and interesting, and lunch was delicious.
Oh, what'd you get?
The culinary students cooked for us. And we had filet mignon,
Oh, my gosh.
lettuce, chips, okay, with, onions, wild mushrooms, and 3 color potatoes.
That's very.
And then there was shrimp with something.
Sounds very.
And, rice pilaf, which was also delicious, and a salad, and then some rolls. And then we had dessert. We had a brownie that was like chocolate covered with something. We had a, coconut.
It's eating on TV.
Is the,
Right.
so rolling?
Oh, no.
You know, and there was a peanut
Did
butter
you finally
sometimes
hear
cookie.
And
And then there
I don't know
was,
what changed, but I checked.
we met at the middle school.
Thank
And,
you.
you know,
I don't know.
they had a couple of students talk to us about what their experience were and what they liked about the school and whatever. And then we did a tour
What else
of the
we
school
do?
and saw,
Are we
you know, we
recording?
were allowed to
Right
go
now?
in different classrooms and
I think so, yeah.
while they were in session and stuff.
And
And then we,
Yeah.
took a bus
To the high school.
to the high school.
Records.
And the same thing, we had 3 students that told us about their experiences, and, you know, what they liked.
You're added
And
to
their
it, but
experiences.
we-
Then we
To get into the
Went
added
to,
and that. is sure to get to.
and then we did a tour of the high school, and then we had lunch, and then the bus brought us back to
Now
the
I know
middle
I
school.
can't find it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that's
We
good
made
that
a,
that budget has went down to one
We
point.
made a selection.
something, but our.
But I need it with some other people.
But-
So you have purchase, like. Hey, Bob.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had a meeting.
Okay, you might, yeah. we could-
There was a Board of Ed meeting
For this.
Board of Ed members who are questioning some of the things.
I think,
But we need
it's hard for me to wrap my brain around that we were actually at that number at
one of the things they're doing is they said
If we're gonna
that
be
time
early for him,
athletic trainer.
if he's minutes away,
Okay.
please call.
They-
He and Tony will come right.
Were they
So
gonna
we
hire
wait
a phys ed
10 minutes.
teacher for the middle school? They're not now. They're going to take a phys ed teacher from the high school and
How about we?
to the middle school.
Rewrite them all.
And then it's gonna reduce the amount of.
Originally, I met my husband, talked on it.
Yeah, can we pause
So
the
we
recording?
both rode.
That's a very normal thing to do.
Can't run that.
She said it like it's nothing.
Well, the thing is that
My husband always fences.
So it's gonna reduce the.
if it's going to be a lifestyle, you better
Versus, we hear the crunching. Right, and talking about.
Sidebar things that perhaps.
All right, so what are we looking at here?
So I don't really have a presentation per se, but I will begin with, the 770% change in internet and license service fees. All I did there is try to take some recurring subscription fees and put them in the appropriate category so that we can kind of see how much we're paying for those. So that includes things like our actual internet, like fiber bill, the Microsoft licenses, Adobe Pro, Zoom, not Zoom phone, that's under a different line. But like for our Zoom meetings, like what we're using tonight, subscription. So there's actually there is a very small increase in that line, which if you can click into that tab. There is a small increase in that line for Microsoft 365 Business Premium license. Those are about $252 a pop for each licensed user. That includes email, Microsoft Word, etc. Defender endpoint security. That's the typical business class of Microsoft license. I don't believe we usually budget for additional licenses as new employees are hired, so I'm trying to think ahead. So I added 2 of them. Right now we're at full capacity, and I understand there's if we hire there was a new, I'm trying to think. For for example, if the new Parks and Rec assistant, there's another Park and Rec assistant that is going to be out. Like if someone is new that's hired, we ask them, do they need an email? Do they need Microsoft Word and all of that stuff? If you need Microsoft Word and actual applications, then you need the business planning license. So I'm asking for 2 additional ones just so that we have something in the budget rather than having to buy it anyway, because that's what would happen.
So if we change to an online payroll where everybody needs an email, they don't need a computer, they just need an email address to put in their time. Does that have to be something we have to pay for?
Potentially. So the one below that, it's MS 365 E2. We have 13 of those licenses. I didn't ask for an increase in those because I think they're pretty set. That is the email only license to have a town Microsoft email. So currently, the treasurer has one. The 2 selectmen have an E2 license. All they need is just to go online with the email. And then the constables each have a town license. And so if there are other people on payroll, if the payroll system requires a town email,
So they'll just require you to enter the information via email, and I know there's some employees that don't have an email.
yeah, if
Email
that
at
system,
home. Does it have to be a town email? Could they use their personal one?
Yes, they can, but no, they won't.
if it
Already
requires
learned
a town email, then we'll have to purchase additional ones of these.
Okay.
And I didn't put it in here just because we didn't get to have the conversation. But if we ever wanted boards and commission, maybe just the chairs of each board and commission to have an actual town email, that'll allow you to easier access to things like SharePoint and OneDrive to see it. We can add additional licenses to those as well. If we ever wanted to have like a board of finance at Bethany, just some option, but that is what we would do if we needed more emails. We would get you into about that.
And the UBO, is that our new contract?
Yes. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's under contracted service.
Because I don't think that's the amount.
Oh, go over to
Yeah, because.
any license. There you go. This is the sheet that I was looking at.
No.
That's my bad. This is the sheet that I was looking at. That has 365 Business Premium, E2,
The 32 on the right.
32, yeah.
Yeah.
Currently we have 30, and so I'm just budgeting 2 new.
I think it's possible that Parks and Rec, they have a part-time and they'll convert that same person to a full-time maybe, but.
Yeah, I set them up, they used up the last license, for the new employee that just started this week. Because they needed access to the, like office applications. So if they do become a full-time, then we don't have to purchase an additional license for them, but if additional employees are added.
That's under his contracted service staff.
And did you say?
Yes, it is.
You have the amount? It's on my desk. It's 7.
It would be.
Oh, so,
That's not it.
yeah, so if we go back, are we back, turn we back on?
Is it different from it?
Yeah, so the UBO contract, I rounded up slightly. I believe the exact contract said, or at least the one with the contract that I had.
What is it? How did anybody even get that contract? It's on my desk.
He probably would have seen the proposal.
Yeah, I think that's what this is from, it's the proposal.
From the number in there would be from the proposal that we have.
If the number is different, then I have to change that. So it's the proposal that I had said $775 a month. I rounded it up to $780, just so that there's a little bit of overhead because they'll charge us. That $775 includes a little bit of usage, whereas the Rego contract didn't include any usage at all.
Can you put Ubio up?
And
Let's say it's
So
over
it's-
your
this is the-
service that we've gone to. Is that the price that you afford? I don't think so, but, well, we stop, look tomorrow.
I just have the.
That's for the year or for the month?
It is $775 per month, so that is that,
This,
yeah, that's just for 12 months of that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so based off of the proposal that I had. That $775 a month includes 7,500 black and white prints, and 1,500 color prints. And then over that, I assume they would bill us separately for any overage of the usage. That's why I just wanted up to 780 a month, just in case.
Do you have any idea of how much you guys print right now?
I think UBO went through and did they looked at all the machines. I don't have those numbers, but.
And Rico is ending. Well,
Yes.
it's ended. I mean, we're gonna get paid back for the difference.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, and just quick orientation.
Mhm.
This is this year, right? This is this,
The headings weren't changed. The next year
Oh.
requirement should say 26, 27.
okay.
I just noticed that. I just filled it.
So maybe update
Yeah.
that.
Some of them have been updated.
The Sonic Wall one, I also realized I made a typo. It's the second one on that list. It says 225114. The number that I got for Novus for this year is 2,500. So I'm not sure. I think I just made a typo on that sheet. I think it should be 2,500. Sonic Wall is our firewall security for the town network. And that's the annual subscription for updating basically the filter that runs through our whole.
Can you update it to 2,500?
I realized that today when I was looking at something, because he was saying 2,500. I was looking at my sheet saying, yep, I've got 2,500 right here. And then I looked at it today and I said, well, wait a minute.
Why? Did you want to have every column?
I believe, yeah, I believe it should be 2,500. When I was putting this budget together, I was really just looking back at the line items from the last year, trying to figure out everything that we paid for to get it to add up. So I'm hoping that I didn't miss anything.
And what we're looking at here is contracted services for internet. This includes the website and any usage by any employees and the printers. Is that the scope?
Yes, so contracted services includes our Novus support contract. our Sonic Wall subscription, which I suppose that one could be moved to license service fees. Catalyst, which is our website, and then UBO. And then I tried to move the other things like Microsoft, Adobe, and Zoom. I tried to move those into the other categories since those are more like license fees.
And is the send or whatever it's called part of this?
QSend? Is that?
No, the Connecticut Education Network, is that on the license?
That is under internet license fees. Yeah, that one is. Let's switch to that one. Internet license fees.
That's what I'm.
Oh, we're on that one.
Just signed a check for that.
Yeah, CEN is our actual fiber internet, so that's like Comcast or Xfinity. That you would have at home, that's our internet that's billed through the state. So we pay $3.69 a quarter for that.
And high level for Novus contract, what are we contracting them to do? Just very like in a sentence.
Novus is our actual user support, so if I have a problem with my printer, if my internet's down, or if town hall moves down.
So end user meaning town employee.
Town employee, like, I'm having an individual an issue.
Yeah.
They also do all of our tenant management through Microsoft. So if you think about like you log into Bethany.com.
Right.
Our whole big bubble that is Microsoft. So that includes adding in like onboarding and offboarding users, managing our licenses. They do all of the backups and retention through of our data through Microsoft.
Okay.
And then they also, this as a separate piece, they also handle all of our town cybersecurity. So
Okay.
they do our security audits. They get pings whenever there's like an IPI, and then they do like our actual on-device security as well.
Okay. So they're, I
all
feel like
encompassing.
what you're looking at to do with HR, they're that for IT.
Oh,
They're an outsource because in a lot of places.
they're a management company.
Yeah, it's a, it's a all incorporated kind of koozie, kind of like what you're talking about doing in HR.
Novus, I learned this when I last met with them. I didn't realize that they specialize in municipalities and nonprofits. So they do a bunch of towns across Connecticut. They do New Haven Public Library.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of schools.
Which I think is helpful.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah, because they're used to small, little small shops like us.
Right, because it can get complicated.
Yeah, if you tell them, hey, we have a department that has one person, they're not.
Yeah.
They're used to that. They're used to seeing.
Yes.
Would you show the main budget sheet again?
And clerical assistant is that just one, is that one head count?
That is the stipend for my position.
Okay. And telephone, fax, cable.
Telephone, fax, cable is our Zoom phone line subscription. For town hall desk phones. That is. The price is staying the same, but we're wanting to add public works lines into that. So having one line for the garage and then one line for the recycling center. I think those are currently through. Microfund. I'm not sure who that's through. It's not in the IT budget, but Tony said that that's in the public works budget. But we want to move it over into Zoom because that way, if you call town hall, we can add an option, to call public works or recycling, hit this button, or then we can transfer people internally. Right now, we give out that number.
What do we have Frontier for?
That is our fax. That's the fax machine we have in the town clerk's office.
Do we still use that?
We do. Strangely enough, it's not too often, but when we need it, it is because it needs some fax.
Because we used to do fax through email. You just fax through email. Is this because you need to, like, why would you need an external fax machine versus?
Do people still use those?
Any guys?
Yeah, Yeah, and I know.
So, say that we do through the state have to be physically faxed.
Yeah,
And it
like-
can't be faxed over internet.
And they don't, no. They say.
Okay.
That's
an
the-
energy standpoint,
When you do
yeah.
a fax over the internet, it's the reason why a fax is secure is that it's. You put a piece of paper through, it sends it through the phone line once,
Yeah,
and that's it.
yeah.
If you do a fax over the internet, it's basically the same as me scanning something and emailing it to you, where it lives on a server somewhere
Yeah.
that someone can intercept, or unless, and I guess technically someone could intercept a fax by having the physical line hooked up and a fax machine that just happens to be ready at the same time, but it doesn't happen.
I feel like
Doctor's offices or.
one of those things that potentially you'd see how often you're actually faxing versus that budget number.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and there are solutions for it. I haven't looked into it.
and that's totally fair, just questioning it, because
But
it's not
if
as
you-
normal, right? Like, can you go back there for a minute?
Yeah, we're looking at 900.
Yeah, I mean, $900 for using it once a month.
Yeah, there are some times that we use it more than that, and that's when Public Works says their physicals, they bring something into us to fax into the state. We saw a lot of usage with it this year with the parking lot camp nurse, since they had to fax in, I guess, health stuff from their pediatricians or whatever it was. So we received a lot of faxes, but.
I feel like there's other ways to do that
Yeah.
too, encryption and things like that, but again, that's
Yeah,
not
it's
what we're here to
possible.
solve.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of identifying it,
Yeah.
I'm not even.
I had the same thought when I was putting it together. And
Yeah,
You know,
just maybe
something to
something
look into.
in your spare time.
We did have to. Yes.
They gone?
Oh,
Did they go?
Okay.
They're gone.
Oh, can you go ahead? I got it. There we go.
So thank you. So contracted services, you said you moved some stuff to licensing fees,
Mhm.
which makes sense that licensing fees went up by about $12,000.
Yes,
But contracted services is staying exactly flat.
that
Is
is,
that a math error?
that is a little bit of. So when I put together the budget for, because I wanted to split out like exactly the individual items that we were paying for, and
Yes.
so I looked at our budget sheets from the last previous years on what exactly we paid for out of each line. And so I don't believe I'm missing anything, but I could be.
How did you took things out? Can you show me contracted services again? I'm sorry.
The Novus contract is going up, and that's part of a contractual increase. We're in a 3-year plan with them, so plan 2 has us at 57,264. So that's
it's
the
exactly
11.
the same. That's so crazy.
Yeah, so it's like we took 11 grand out for licenses, but then the
The Novus
Novus went up. So it's,
So I want to alert you to something else. So, we've been talking about more security that Novus is suggesting that we do. And one amount for 3 different security types, which they can probably tell you in detail, but it's about $6,800, which we're gonna try and do this year if we can. But there's another one that's like 9,000.
Mhm.
That we can't do. We just don't have the money to do both. And that's really to cover us completely. I mean, we're pretty much covered on a lot of things, but they came to see us and to explain really what we needed to be more secure. And it does include everything, you know, they're trying to like do what we can do.
Is there a one-time charge? Is it part of the? Is there a recurring charge?
so if we go back to the budget sheet
Because you've heard of.
and go, well, actually, it's probably better if you pull up the document.
These aren't one time, every year we have to,
It's, I can walk you through it. So there's, in total, Novus is recommending 3 projects for our cybersecurity insurance. These are things that, will soon be likely core requirements for cybersecurity. And by that, I mean, it would be reasons that we would be denied in the event of an attack. So the three, it involves three projects that would add layers of security to our existing.
Yeah, we want to just look at the phases. That's what we want.
Yeah, there's.
Slightly bigger,
Yes.
just.
I tried to put it in. So it involves three actual projects adding in layers to our town cybersecurity. And then the other two, which is the 9,000, are two policy initiatives. So the policy initiatives are adding in those are one-time project fees that they would help us develop. One is an acceptable use policy. The other is a incident response. I don't know why I'm looking up there. I have it right down here.
It looks like you've got some grants targeted for this.
And incident response plan.
It's there, our cog has a grant, so the 6,800 is our portion.
Here.
It really is about 13,000. I don't know that we need the $9,000 one at all, but
Where do you see 9,000? Why do I not see it?
Another one, right? That's not this.
yeah, it's.
So this first one is basically making sure that the town employees
Yes. So
know phishing.
So the first-
They understand phishing,
yes.
right?
So the first set of projects is the policy initiatives to have an incident response plan where they would actually come through and do a full review of town technology, our processes, the vendors we use, the third-party services we use, the things that don't currently fall under the Novus security umbrella because it might be with a third-party company. That would develop like a plan if one of maybe say units gets hacked and now all of our, even though a lot of it's public record, maybe they take a lot of personal data from a third party that we use. It's not something that we store in Microsoft, but maybe we store it with another company. They would help us create an incidents plan to secure and retain that data. The acceptable use policy is saying you can't do sports betting on your town computer on town. Currently, we don't have a policy on that. That's not encouraging anyone to go and do it, but we don't have any written policy to prevent that from happening.
So these are potentially for next
Yeah,
year.
those
I
are
don't know that we
one-time
need them,
costs.
but there's three others that
The three others are sheet cut off.
So just before we move on to others, the projects are one time only, and then the top two items are recurring.
So the top. Let's see.
Email filtering is probably an annual license.
Yeah, you know what? I'm when I said top two, I was looking at two other things.
Look at this.
All right, so now that I'm oriented, the three projects that would have a recurring cost are the ITDR, which is the
The onboarding.
yeah,
but it stands for.
okay, there it is. The ITDR, which is Identity Detection and Response, that protects our Microsoft logins and cloud-based accounts outside of town computers. Right now, we have cybersecurity and antivirus and all this on a town computer, but now that many things are cloud-based, I can log into my email and my Microsoft account from home on my own computer or on my phone or something like that. That protects our actual data logins from a cloud-based perspective. What that does is, for example, I go to Atlanta, Georgia every year, usually around March. And it would pick up on patterns and it would know that I tend to travel to Atlanta every year. And so maybe it wouldn't trip and shut down my account when I log in there. But let's say I'm looking at an email on my computer at town hall, and then 5 minutes later I log in from Bangladesh, and it knows, well, you didn't transport, and what are the chances that you're in Bangladesh right now? Something's a little bit off, right? And so it's identifying and protecting a threat that's not actually within town hall on a town computer, but maybe someone trying to attack from a cloud perspective. Often this is, from around the world.
Yeah.
So that,
I got it. What
Yeah.
else is recurring?
so that is a recurring program. Advanced email filtering, that is to, most of this is the most common cybersecurity attack is phishing, where you get a fake email that looks real. And so this adds an extra layer to actually prevent like a phishing email from even getting to us. Most oftentimes, Nova said oftentimes, like it would just go into a black hole, it would identify something that's obviously fraud, and it would just go away. And then there's other times where it might give you one that's like a protected version that's like, hey, this seems a little bit weird. Maybe it's real, but we'll let you decide. And it's kind of in a little protected sandbox version. And then know before is our actual employee training to educate employees on what is fraudulent and what's not, and how to identify something that looks sketchy. So these three actually kind of work in sync. So advanced email filtering would potentially prevent an email from even coming in, a fake email from even appearing to an employee. Know before training would potentially educate that employee if they did see that email, not to click a link if it looks suspicious. If they do click a link and enter their information, maybe it says, quick, you need to change your email right now, or changing to .gov, log in and put in your password. And they do get that data, the IDTR would recognize that something suspicious happened, and it would shut that account down, and it would prevent that damage from happening.
So these prices here, total to the town $15,000. These are just the one-time costs. And
That's-
then there will be recurring costs for those 3 items.
That's correct. So the 15,000.
If they get decided to
So
be done.
the
right?
the
That decision hasn't been
15,800
made yet, right?
is the cost for instituting the 2 policy initiatives and the 3 layers of security. That cost includes 22 months of the subscription cost for the 3 security layers up until March of 2028.
And then we're gonna have to pay the full budget.
And so that 15,800 is the town share of the RPIP grant, where it's a 50% matching grant. If we did just the 3 layers of security, we're looking at $6,800, which would still cover us through March of 2028. After that, it would be, I believe, the subscription cost for those three layers is about, I think he said it was like about $6,000 a year. Whereas the 2 policy ones are just a one-time, just a product development fee.
So where is this on the overall budget?
This is under a new line that I'm requesting. I forget what I called it, all of expenses, special projects, something like that.
And is that the only special project, new special project?
Those are the only things that we kind of have on the docket. If there were other things that we wanted to do, we previously have never had a line for special projects, which is why I had asked for the .gov money and the iOS project money. So that's why I was kind of knowing that there's actually something that we're planning on doing. I wanted to add a separate line to put that into.
Is the .gov transfer included in this?
That is already paid for. That's this fiscal year.
Great, thank you.
There is an error in the spreadsheet. I and J are not the correct sums, because they should match H.
Okay.
Sorry.
So basically, we're saying this is going up 30%?
Correct.
And if we took out 15,000? I wonder what it would.
So, just change I, the sum in I, Vinny, to go to line 17. Don't include 18. Oh, you have to take it out of the other one too, sorry, because it doesn't change. No, you have to take it out of J as well, because it won't change the percentage increase unless you take it out of J.
And so what, have we identified what the 15% increase is from specifically?
Novus going up, I think is really the big.
That's the big driver.
And you might have said this, Novus is going up because it was the way that the contract read,
Mhm.
and we've always known it was gonna go up.
Yes, yeah, they're, we're in a 3-year agreement with them.
Is this their third year of their 3-year agreement?
This is year 2. Next year is, I have it somewhere.
Okay,
Next
and
year's
this, so the contract is that every year it steps up.
So in line. Hold on. 16 new equipment. You have listed the network switch replacement. Aren't we gonna try and do that this year?
We could, I put
Was-
this in based off of what they recommended for.
But wasn't that part of the 3 things that came to the 6,800?
No, the 6,800 was just for the special projects they wanted to do.
So how
The-
much was the switch?
The
replacement?
switch, including the hardware and the installation, is 1,600. So I might be able to swing that this year.
And what's the new desk phone? I'm sorry. And new desk phones, what's a PW line?
Public Works.
I apologize, sorry.
The new equipment line, I am requesting an increase for the switch for the additional phones. And I also wanted to put that in as, now that we have the iOS management project, and we have had some issues in the past with departments purchasing like computers and equipment that hasn't gone through the Novus enrollment and setup before. When I started as the IT coordinator, I physically went into every office and talked to many people and said, "Do you have a computer? Yes, it's right there. Do you have a phone? No, I don't have a town phone." And I discovered many. I had this laptop in my desk this whole time. Oh, I've had this iPad this whole time. So thank you for letting me know that. Because some departments just there was never a rule. There was never a written rule. There's still no written rule. Would just buy computers or devices, and they would end up not being managed or backed up or anything. So something that I am wanting to do, hopefully, is bring all the IT device purchasing of computing equipment, anything that you would have town data on, that you would log into a managed Microsoft Town account on, that would fall under that cybersecurity umbrella, should be purchased through the IT line. That way it gets delivered, and then I can hand it off to our on-site support and say, please set this up, and when it's ready, hand it to the employee. I now have a log of all town-owned devices. Every device has a little sticker on it that we know the number, so we can track, you're leaving, thank you, I'll take your laptop, write down that I got it back. Oh, we're giving it to this department now. Okay, I can keep track of where everything goes. So that's why I'm kind of looking for this increase, so that we can kind of bring that purchasing under to one umbrella.
So are you saying that comes out of all the other budgets?
I think so. It's a conversation that we never really sat down and talked about how that would work in practice, but this is the funding.
We're already purchased. And the other budgets. We don't have an IT.
But if they are still buying them willy-nilly, I mean,
They are not still
They're not.
buying them, but what Nick is saying is, should that iPad be broken and needs to be replaced, he wants to replace it here, not under a department budget line.
right, but that's where it would then move from that department, even though there's not it would be the equipment, whatever.
But it's not in the department budget line, at least.
As
it used to
an
be.
item.
No, not as a new equipment line, most
Right.
likely.
Yeah.
It would have been
Office supply.
a June office supply purchase because I had money left.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So every device that you add in, we added in 3 new iPads. I got a new laptop. I got a new whatever. 3 years later, that breaks or it's outsourced or breaks or it's outdated. Hey, I need a new one. They come to me and say, hey, I would like a new whatever. And then I look in my IT budget and say, who's paying for it?
Is the number you've got here based on any history of buying or anything that we know of?
Roughly. So long ago, and by long ago, I mean in December, when I got the email saying, here's your template, please get your budgets ready. I had put together a idea for a life cycle replacement plan. Rather than waiting for a computer to break and then buying a new one, we could proactively replace them on a life cycle. And every year I buy about, this is the first year I would be doing it. Every year we buy about 3 desktops, and then the laptops we just buy whenever we need them. But this would, back in December, I put together a plan that it was based off of the replacement cost of the number of devices that we would absolutely need to replace if it broke. If Leslie's laptop broke today, we would have to buy her a new one right away. Versus every time we replace a desktop, usually because the warranty expired, it's 5 years old, put a new one in place. Recently, we had to replace a lot of them because when Windows 11 upgraded, they made it so that certain computers X amount of years old, the upgrade wasn't going to happen. So we're getting to that. We've got them. All the computers now can upgrade to Windows 11. But we still have some old computers that are still good. I'm not going to toss them out. But if a cash register computer or one of our public search terminals in the town clerk's office breaks, I'm not going to go out and buy a brand new one. I'll just take one of the old ones off the shelf, pop it in place, and it still works. But I identified the number of computers that employees actually use, that if that one broke, we would have to replace it with we would want them to have an actual, instead of putting in an old one that I'm just gonna have to replace again at some point.
Right.
So I kind of put together a plan based off of that amount multiplied by the replacement cost of how much it would be. And that seemed like it was working out nicely. But then chip and RAM shortages happened, which caused all of those prices to skyrocket. There's a computer that I was looking to buy in December that was going to cost about $800, including the dock. It was going to be great, it's super cheap. In a span of a month, while I was waiting to hear back from that user on whether that they wanted that device, whether that fit their needs, the price went up $300. Just because, surprise, China is blockading Taiwan, and now chips cost more. But with this, that would allow some proactive purchases of some additional desktops, some laptops are starting to get to that point where they're beyond warranty and we're kind of just waiting for it to break. So this would allow us to prevent that loss of productivity and potentially loss of data.
Is it cheaper for us to buy laptops than a desktop, or the other way around?
It depends. The last set of desktops we got were about $700-800. A laptop is probably around, I know which one you get, anywhere between $900 to $1,200. But with a desktop, you're buying monitors and all that, which we have some. So I've been open to, if there is an employee that needs a laptop because maybe they go home and do stuff, or maybe they want to do stuff while they're away, replacing their desktop with a laptop and giving them a dock that they can just show up and plug in instead of having 2 computers to replace down the line. So it's a desktop is a little bit cheaper, but it depends on what we can do.
Thank you.
Anything else like that in here? So that's kind of a new item that you're designing. Is there any other new things that you're thinking about that are in here?
Yeah, so there's one other new thing that, and that is under, it's also covered under new equipment, also partially covered under license service fees, is upgrading our Zoom licenses for Zoom meetings. We have 2 that we use for town hall meetings, and turning them into a Zoom room. The difference in that, it's each Zoom room license is $500 a year. What that would do, especially since we're trying to get all of the meetings hybrid is the goal. And that would eliminate a lot of the iffiness that comes with having just a license like this. So the current Zoom licenses we have, it's like as if anyone went onto zoom.com, put in their credit card and made an account. The account that we're on is first name Bethany, last name Bulletin, which is all fun and great, and it works kind of. But occasionally Zoom likes to log itself out of the computer. And so maybe housing advisory will come in and sit down, and I set up the laptop for them. They try to open up Zoom on the computer and it says Zoom's logged out. I don't give out the passwords for those unless you work here, because if you go in, now you can see the credit card that's put in and the bill information. You can decide to change things. A Zoom room is really designed for what we're using right now, where it's like, you have a meeting tonight, we put it on the schedule, we will assign the meeting to the room, and then you walk in and part of that, which is under equipment, there would be like a little touch screen that you hit start and then it begins. So it's a lot more user friendly that way. The biggest concern is not so much for the meetings like selectmen finance where a town employee is there. The big problem is when you have like housing advisory, conservation, all those ones where there's not a town employee that's doing the minutes or is involved. Where there's no employee to sit down and log in using their login to the computer. So now we have this computer it's not ideal. It's an unsecured computer. It's not on the network, or it's not enrolled in our Microsoft tenant, so you can't really do much damage, but that's a $1,500 computer that we're sitting in. This would replace that with like, I partially did it in the conference room. There's a desktop under there and a little keyboard, but this would install the actual software and hopefully get a touch screen that would make it a lot more efficient.
Okay.
So for that, we're looking at, for 2 rooms, it's $500 a year for the license, and then I'm still working out the actual touchscreen device. I think is $500 to $600. There's some options. There's a lot of different options that I haven't really completely priced out yet. One of them, it's like $600 for the touchscreen. The other option is you get an iPad and you put it in a special mount that looks like a little device that kind of sits there on the table. Something you can't steal, hopefully.
I think I'd be interested just to understand if this is something that the selectmen decide is just what kind of headcount it could potentially replace, or hours.
Yeah.
Right.
There is right now, there is a lot of manual process in the town clerk since we kind of manage it. I've gotten it to a point where it is a lot simpler now that we have like the recurring Zoom links. We used to have to, every time there was a meeting, you'd have to go in and schedule a meeting and send the link to someone, go on YouTube, schedule the YouTube thing, make all that happen, send that to the board to put on their agenda. Now at least we've got it so they can just use the same link over and over again. But we've run into an issue with the budget hearing, where the other night or last week, planning and Park and Rec and the budget hearing were on the same night, where previously we had those scheduled under one Zoom account. So it's like, all right, you got to cancel one, set it up over here. It is a very tough workflow in the town clerk's office, just managing the meetings for all the board and commissions.
Okay, so this budget is possibly a 15% increase and maybe a 30% increase. All right. Do you have any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, we're getting ready. We're gonna have to make it lively. How about you?
the point? What's the point?
Very good. Not bad for Tuesday night.
Let's just wait one more minute for, Janet to return and as you say.
Yes.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, they filled it up. There's stuff on the way there.
I think I need a brownie. Why?
Sitting here. Anybody else need brownies? Do I need to bring them back to the table? Do you guys?
I think they should just sit on the table.
Right. There's no harm.
Thank you. You guys do with this.
John Brownie? John Brownie?
Thank you.
Any you want one?
You guys did a great job.
Yeah,
Yeah, great.
Give me the kids. Snow this
You want a
past
brownie?
weekend.
Oh, same problem at home.
They spent all week taking, throwing it wherever they could find, just in case.
Which, by the way, I had this drawer of some dresser on 42. It looks like somebody must have had it in a pickup and it must have slid off. It's literally sitting there and I keep driving by going, okay, I should pick it up, but then what do I do with it?
For the snow, so driving by can see where it is if they lost it. You
They
know?
can see it.
Oh, they can?
No, it's weird.
People throw a lot of stuff up on the, especially on that road.
No, I know. It is true. I don't think this was on purpose. It would be a
Something fell off.
it
the
would
truck.
be a weird, it was like they didn't tape the drawers or something and it probably like. That's the only thing I can think of, because it makes no sense, you know, it's not broken, it's not.
Surprising.
Yes.
Not a happy one, I'm sure.
It's a draw a lot of money in it.
Yeah.
That would be worth my while then.
All right, John. Why don't you walk us through walk us through your budget?
Okay, well, as you can see, this one we cut almost 3.5%. Tentatively, because the new contract coming up in July, I built in a 3% raise for the guys. 3 to 5, I don't know, so we chose 3.
What is 3.5%? Like, how much is that? Do I see that on here?
Well, it's 3%, it's like from,
Yeah, it would be 498 to 512, 940 would be 3% raise.
right,
I'm so sorry. I meant like total budget. You say 3.3%. Like, what is that in the total budget?
I mean, the actual number,
Yeah.
3.3%, so it went from 1.83 to 1.7, 1.8. Okay, so last year, because of all the crazy rain we got, we spent a lot of money on things like road materials and stuff like that. So we built it into this year's budget. We didn't spend it because the weather's been fairly cooperative, except for the snow. So we cut a couple things way back, pretty much back to normal. Consulting fees, that's down 33%. Telephone.
What's the consulting?
If we have to pay an engineer, if we have to, whatever, we have to get to consult for something. Telephone and cable, we switched from Comcast to Frontier, so that's down almost 50%. Vehicle maintenance, I had asked for, we had 87 last year, and I had asked for 90. It looks like it's cut back to 85. Unfortunately, with everything going up, every time you bring something somewhere For instance, the new vehicles we've been purchasing, the plow trucks, we just had a headlight go on one of them. They're LED headlights, which makes for nice to see, but they have to have heaters in it. Because they're LED headlights. You have to buy two, $820.
Yeah, for the set.
$820 for two headlights. And, I mean, if you wanna see, you gotta buy headlights, what are you gonna do? So, anyway, I mean, it's 85, we can make that work, yes. Equipment maintenance, same thing, you guys are dropping that down a little bit. Repair of the building. 5% down, okay.
Which building is that?
Public Works,
And that tree pruning and removal? Is, so that looks like it's at 100,000,
which it's always, right, that's historically, we've always had 100,000 in there.
okay.
So do we ever want to do less for that? Because what did we spend last year?
For,
No, that that says 2000 FY 25.
Yes, last fiscal year.
Last year's
we
bad.
spent 104.
Does it depend on,
it depends on storms, it depends on, last year we had a nice storm, a lot of trees come down in a nice storm. You get a windstorm, a lot of trees come down in a windstorm. There's a couple of diseases now running around trees that are killing them
I was
pretty
gonna ask
quickly.
about that. Is it all removals or do you actually do proactive pruning?
We do both.
Yeah.
Pruning mostly on the canopy or on the roads. Because eventually school buses start hitting branches and stuff like that, so. The guys do all that we can. We don't climb trees. We don't go up and cut big trees down. When they fall, we take care of it for the most part. It's too dangerous.
There's a lot more pruning that needs to be done, keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so,
roads are starting to.
so if we don't use money for storm type stuff, the proactive
Then
should
we
kick
do,
in.
other pruning. Like this year so far, we've used 30, what did you say, 37,000? So hopefully, if we can, if even if there's no big storms, we go around pruning town, it'll eat through that pretty quick.
there's it's either Scrog or somebody, they got information about a canopy grant to leave the canopies because of heat and all kinds of stuff. I haven't sent it to you yet to show it to you.
Well, we don't cut down just to cut down. We only cut down, like I said, if it looks like a school bus is gonna hit it, if a truck's gonna hit it, if there's branches, dangerous branches, we don't trim just.
One of
for-
our
for making
trees
it-
cleared half a day's work to trim his road so it didn't hit his truck when he left in the morning.
Well,
So that gives you an indication.
okay, so that's different.
Cause obviously there's trees everywhere and, they're getting big.
This is a third party service though, right? It's not like, your time, for example, to go and.
It's a third party service. Yes. Yeah, we don't have the manpower, the equipment, the insurance to start climbing and cutting and.
Does this include the bids for the emergency removal or anything like that, or are those on different lines?
This would include anything,
Okay.
any tree work, the emergency that you're talking about, the bid we put out, that company in Orange County. That would be basically, FEMA made us do that. If we had a storm and FEMA got involved and we didn't have an emergency tree bid, we wouldn't get any.
So that wouldn't be on here unless we need.
Unless state, like the other day, the emergency we declared, you guys declared. If trees came down because of an ice storm or snowstorm like that, we would have called this gentleman.
Okay.
But it's still come from that line.
Yes,
Get it.
right.
If you had to.
Right.
During an emergency.
And then we did go out with a regular tree cutting bid this year also, which we never did before.
And that's included in here too.
Yes,
right?
everything, yeah, that's for all tree work.
Yeah, we have a 3-year bid on the tree removals.
And the diesel we're able to cut down. Because a lot of the buses and stuff switch from diesel to gas.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's only one,
We're all going back just because of all the emissions problems on diesel.
yeah, I think there's one diesel bus left, I believe. I mean, the gas buses get what, like 3 miles for the gallon? We're not a very lot.
The ambulances are now going to gas, our smaller trucks, we're all switching back to gas,
Just because.
less maintenance,
Less maintenance
Yeah,
and, yeah.
less aggravation.
And
And-
is there an increase as a result of that? Cause I mean, the whole reason everybody did diesel was because one, they lasted longer, right? The diesel engines lasted longer, but also maybe not today, but diesel was cheaper back in
Yes.
2020.
Yeah.
But so is there any, is there any cost in this conversion I mean, we don't have a choice, but,
We don't have a choice, like I said, our vehicles, our big vehicles are still all diesel.
okay,
Our pickup trucks, and I believe 2 of the Mason dumps are gas. All the big trucks are diesel, but we converted because the fire department's going gas and all the buses are gas.
so sorry, you converted,
Well, no, we flopped the numbers around. We're buying less diesel and more gasoline
Okay.
because their trucks, because we supply that gas and diesel budget goes for the fire department, the school department, our department, the police.
okay.
everybody.
Senior bus.
Well, not the school, the buses.
State.
Why did the buses use our?
All of the gas and diesel are initially charged to Public Works. And on a quarterly basis, my department backs out the
Right.
usage for all the other departments and allocates it to their line. What we have tried to do very carefully and methodically this year was to make sure that the cost for the gas is only reported in one line. i.e., if we need 30,000 gallons of gasoline, we should have budgeted for 30,000 gallons of gasoline between the fire department, the school, and Public Works. So at various times of the year, these 2 budget lines will go over budget, but they should fall into place on a quarterly basis when we charge it out where it belongs.
I have a question. Why are we paying for the school gas? Is that the buses?
Just that we're not, so we have the pump up at Public Works. So the school, Mike DeGenero and B&B Transportation fill up in our tanks.
And then,
We track it with a
and they pay,
computer, and then quarterly,
then we're paying for it.
well, it comes out of the school budget.
No, it has its own line in our budget. It
Why?
was removed from the school budget many years ago to keep the school budget from wild fluctuations with the wild swings in cost. Now, the fuel that is used for Amity buses is billed back to Amity, and we are reimbursed for that financially, the money, we're reimbursed for that.
So we pay B&B, and this is my opinion, exorbitantly for the bus runs, and then pay for the gas for their buses. How does that make any sense at all? I'm asking.
I don't know, that's the contract that you guys signed with B&B.
It's been like-
That doesn't make it right. My question is, I obviously did not know that prior to now. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Love to see that contract.
So go ahead.
And we just signed a new contract that, for how many years?
We did, we just negotiated, we negotiated the price and now we're paying our fuel.
The cost of the bus service went up. So we obviously have a new contract, and how long is that contract in effect?
Yeah, but
Is it a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year?
you have to think that if they said, okay, we're not paying for your fuel anymore, they would charge accordingly on the new contract anyway.
Right.
Yeah,
So now we got a better price and we can control the price.
We're not getting it. Let's revisit, let's get the information. I don't think we have all the information on that, but, there's, just looking at the numbers, it looks like. So, the budget last year for diesel was 37,000, right, 37,500, and this year it's 23.
No, that's what we expect to spend this year. So we're budgeting 25,000 for next year.
Okay, and that is because of that change in
Because of the
usage.
It's a lot less because.
They've switched
the
over to
buses are a lot
gas.
less, yes.
But then if you look at the gas line, so we had 20
Oh, yeah.
for last year, but that doesn't look like it's going up in relation. Is that gonna be enough? Is it, am I reading? that right, that it's
Not every
12,000?
truck and has turned over yet.
You are reading it correct. The 20,000. When we looked at the historical spend at the end of the year for public works.
Yeah,
12,000
was a good number.
is a good number. That line has been inflated for several years.
Okay.
Because if I'm correct, 12,000 is the diesel, it's the gas that we use at public.
That's what you use at public
Everything
works,
else,
only what you use.
even though I might buy $50,000 worth of gas throughout the year, we get reimbursed from other budget lines, the other budgets for the balance of that.
Which is why I said that we did a lot of work this year, making sure that we have the fuel usage for the last, I don't know,
Bunch.
5+ years.
Yeah.
So we look at the gallon trends and we take the average gallons that are used and we multiply it by the new rate that we're going to be paying for it for next year. And that's the number that went into the budgets.
Okay.
Do we contract for X number of gallons of gas?
Yes, it's a concern between Bethany, Woodbridge and
So we
and
don't-
the three towns get together, and get a very good.
Vinny, when Don finishes, we want to pull up the Board of Ed fuel, just because I know I have the price in there.
I think I'm just, I'm curious to see, to watch and see, because I'm not necessarily seeing that changeover where we're starting to use more gas.
Well, like I said, we still have like the gas vehicle result we've always had,
Yeah,
okay?
but.
So our
other
use,
vehicles-
other vehicles, but that goes, so the Board of Ed gas budget might have went up on that, or whatever budget that comes out of, that might have went up 40%.
Okay.
But the
Because
diesel,
they
because
switched
they
over
switched.
the gas.
So our line, we used almost 11,000 last year, so we put in for 12,000, just so we
Okay.
don't run out of money.
Okay.
And that's what we use as a public works.
Road materials?
Yes, road materials, like I said, we had budgeted 187 the year before. We ended up spending 220
Yeah.
because, like I said, all the heavy rains, we had those 10-inch rainstorms, all the time we put the riprap on the side of the roads. Those stones, we put stones all over the side, to try to stop the washouts.
Heavy ground.
So that hopefully it goes away, so we're able to cut that budget down pretty good.
And so the road material, what is road material? Is it riprap and stuff like that, or?
It's any kind of stone, it's any kind of, it's, pipes,
Okay.
whatever.
Topsoil,
So,
sides of roads.
Yeah.
We have to put wood chips to keep erosion from happening. Well, we don't have to buy that, we have that for free. but-
And road, what's the difference between road materials and road repairs?
the road materials is the stuff we buy, road repairs is the actual work done on the roads. So if we have to have something,
A contract.
chip seal, crack seal,
Laid out, okay.
Yeah. chip seal, crack seal.
The catch basins, how did that go from 40,000 to 150?
Okay, last year, the Board of Finance combined all drainage work with catch basin work.
Right,
So it used to be two separate line items,
okay.
I believe, Leslie, right?
The money used to be in road repairs and road materials. And we did a dissection of of that account to figure out what was actually drainage work versus what was paving work.
Right.
Or other type of road maintenance work. And that's how we created
the catch basin and drainage work. If it is a drainage project that's going to go under the drainage. And catch basin takes care of the clean out of the catch basins.
Right.
So it's a combination. So that only used to report the cost to clean the catch basins. Now it includes all work associated with catch basins, which is the repair of the drainage that goes into those catch
Or
basins.
installation of. new
Or
ones.
installation of new, yes.
You'll spend the full 150 this year?
Feel pretty strong.
Yeah,
They do like on the catch basins, like half the town at a time, right? 1 year.
they were neglected for,
That's cleaning.
yeah, they were neglected for quite a while, so we had to go in 2 years and clean every catch basin in town, and a lot of them were full, and a lot of them were overfull. We had to sandblast or water blast the pipes and everything. The last 2 years, we cleaned every catch basin in town. Cleaned all the crossover pipes. Everything's in pretty good shape, so now we're either gonna go either a third or a half, probably a half, because we don't want it to happen again. So we have to do every year, depending on where they are. If it's on the hill, a lot of runnage down the hill, then the catch basin will catch more stuff. You know, coming out of driveways, coming out of the woods or whatever.
So we do that ourselves?
No, we sub it out. We just went out to bid with that too in November.
That's also if we find something along the line, like there was a area, there's a new house being built, stuff was washing down the road, filling up the catch basin, so we had to do it a couple extra times until it was straightened out with the homeowner who did reimburse us at some point.
What, I was just gonna say, if they did it themselves, it would be under their salaries and not.
What the catch basin? I mean,
If they did it themselves, they would need a $450,000 voucher.
Where it would be on the budget.
If we did it ourselves, yeah, it would be salary of the payroll versus that, yeah.
Like mowing, for example, is not on there
Right,
because that's self-performed, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
It's another high cost vehicle and high maintenance vehicle.
It's
so
not worth it. It's cheaper
not
than
worth
it for the site, yeah.
And I believe the state price is what, it's over $1,000 an hour, right? I
Mhm.
believe. And we got it for quite a bit less than that. We're going out to bid, but the state website, because it's a $700,000 truck. And when it breaks, it's a little quick to fix. So,
Okay. That's good to think about because often we think, oh, they'll take the state contractor because they get out.
there's a lot of stuff on the state contract that is good, there's a lot of stuff on the state contract that is just absorbing. Okay, so okay, so road resurfacing program, you guys zeroed out last year, that's a capital item now. Okay, uniform and clothing, again, there's a new contract coming up. We kept it the same, it might go up, you don't know.
So what,
In the union contract, it's negotiated, they get $700, I think, a piece to buy work boots, work, you know, clothes, gloves, things like that. We supply the safety gear on them. The orange shirts, the orange jackets, the vests, any work clothing they buy.
okay. All other expenses?
That includes pretty much anything. That includes the paper towels for the bathrooms. It includes if we have to buy a new drill, if we have to buy a hammer, if we have to buy shovels.
It comes out of, who it comes out of that?
I think so.
Yeah.
And so on, like I say, it's about well, I don't know what the numbers are actually.
So, for you guys requested 35. It looks like you've been spending 32. Is that just kind of a rough number?
Just
to say
because stuff,
35?
yeah, just because stuff goes up all the time, but 32, we don't spend every nickel in the budget at the end of the year because use it or lose it. We try. If there's money left over, there's money's returned. So.
From what I can see in the budgets, that's one of the, if not the few departments that from June 1st to June 30th doesn't all of a sudden spend everything that's left.
Yeah. Yes, it was on trucks. Back in June. If we need it, we spend it. If we don't need it, then we don't spend it.
Only line we tend to do is the signs, because at the end of the year, I'll stop on it for street signs.
Yep.
So if we get a call, there's a street sign missing, I go and have it instead of having to order it and take another 3 weeks to get it.
So we try to keep
We
two,
try to have,
a couple of each in stock.
you know, holy or whatever, you know.
No, the stuff.
So some of the main signs,
We do keep some of the signs. No, we do keep some of the holy roads or the whatever. Yes, we do keep some of those and stuff.
Yeah.
They keep getting.
Cause you get a road like Bethmore, there's probably 40 signs on Bethmore. So if we don't have 2 or 3 in stock and somebody hit the sign, now we're ordering it special and it costs a lot more to do that. Than say, give me 6 of these and 3 of those.
Street signs, blind driveway, so I gotta talk to you about one, okay.
Well,
He's got 4 budgets.
he doesn't, so I guess the question is, which one do you wanna go to next?
It doesn't matter. Whatever order you guys got
We
them
haven't
in.
released it yet, so.
Well,
Well, I haven't.
I don't think we did all of them.
So which
no,
one
we
is-
have not.
Which one is
We have
this?
not.
Solid waste. Okay, this is the solid waste budget, so. Most of the numbers are the same, except the contractual numbers. Like, we know we pay so much a ton to win waste to get rid of garbage, we know we pay so much a ton and so much, for RWS to pick up the garbage. Everything else pretty much stayed the same.
This is very uneventful to me.
Yeah, but this doesn't,
This is not all inclusive yet, because
we renegotiated some of this, so some of this should change. Right?
Well. Okay, so if you look, the first 3 stay the same salaries, and again. I didn't know if you guys were doing anything with salaries, so we just left them all the same. The bin dumping fees. That is the stuff that we pick, so you see a tree comes down, the guys go take the tree, bring it up to the ear, pay it, then you can get rid of it. Okay. Curbside pickup per contract, it went from 328 to 339. Nothing we can do about that. Equipment rental, it went down because a lot of it is built in. The tire disposal stayed the
That
same.
should go to nothing,
What's that?
shouldn't it? Tomorrow morning, there's a SCROG meeting about that. It's gonna start finally. That's
When I did the budget, that wasn't known.
So I think even last year it was supposed to and it never did.
So, okay, so the state theoretically has a program that, and that's a misleading number, 3,000 for tires disposal. Because we charge people $6 a tire for a car tire, and we charge, I think it's $8 for truck tires. Then we pay Don Stevens $6 and $8 to take our tires. So it costs us $3,000, but in the revenue side, there's a $3,000 revenue. Okay. So if the state does this program, the state is going to be paying for the removal of tires. If we don't charge for tires.
Right.
So this 3,000 will go away, but then the 3,000.
but we will have to look at that to find out what we are paying Safety Clean to have the oil taken away, because that is on that line, so it won't go away completely.
Right. So we still have to pay.
So over in the first selectmen's column, Vinnie, can you make a note on that $3,000 line, the state tire contract? Just so that we can look at that to figure out how much of it we're going to remove.
Are you gonna be on the thing tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. So Don will know better tomorrow whether or not they're actually gonna.
But like I said, we've been hearing about this for a couple of years, so
Yeah, you're right.
if they magically stop, then they start. Okay. Bulky waste disposal.
So that, they told us was going down.
Is going, that should almost go away, the bulky waste disposal.
Really?
Because we did cut, I'm sorry, not bulky
No.
waste. But bulky waste disposal, there's a Did they ever finalize the
Yeah,
numbers?
they told me yes, the numbers we agreed to.
Do we know what the numbers are?
Mm-hmm. Taped to my computer somewhere.
Okay, so back in November, we did all the recycling. It has not been accepted yet by the Board of Selectmen as far as the new numbers. So they're piecemeal.
And he said because I said, let's just start with bulky waste, and he said he was okay with changing it to that, like, 400,
Right, I don't know how much, we just,
we don't know what
So-
it'll be.
the old contract, I guess, said it was so much to rent the dumpster and then so much to dispose of the dumpster. Up to 6 pounds, 6 ton, Carol, 4 ton, I forget what the.
I think, yeah.
So now it was negotiated to charge us just the waste. Instead of even the 4 tons, if it's 1.5 tons, we pay 1.5 tons. If it's 5, we pay 5.
Yeah, and the hauling,
Right,
but it should save us. I think they figured like $7,000 a year just on bulky waste.
okay, so once we get the numbers, we can drop that maybe from 38 to 32, or 35 to 32 or 31 or whatever. Okay, the recycled disposables, again, it's,
Going down, you said, because of metal?
No, it was never in there. Metal was never in the recycling disposal.
the metal, we actually went out to bid. We took it away from USA, out to bid with actually a local guy he lives in Bethany. Places in Waterbury, we're gonna make about 10,000 a year on metal versus paying to have it taken away. We're making money on it, which is good.
Right. So what line was that in bulky waste?
It should be in revenue, and I don't think it's on here.
I don't
No, the
have,
revenues aren't on here.
nothing in
No,
revenue.
I don't think we have it here, the middle.
No, I'm not sure where. It was probably built into the bulky waste.
Or it
disposal
was
before.
part of the recyclable disposal, because it
It was
was a
part of one of them.
recyclable disposal, yeah.
Well, from what I understand, we were not paying to get rid of them.
Oh, okay.
We were paying to haul it.
We're paying to haul it, and paying for the disposal because they made it. So this is why we're making 10 grand now instead of paying them, instead of them making 10 grand. Okay, tipping fees, again, 5% increase. We don't know the actual number yet, but they told us was between 4 and 5%.
It's a floor of 4.
Okay, so it's at least 4, who knows, so we throw in 5. It could be a little less, it could be.
Reason why, it's held, I think you might have had 170 in your department request. He actually did it was just 170 without the extra zeros.
Oh, it's $170.
To the 163, holding it where it is because our tonnage is not where it would be costing us 163 this year. Our tonnage is actually
Right.
down on that.
And again, it depending on what the recycling committee and the selectmen decide to do with the whole single stream up at recycling and things like that, that number could drop also, because the more recycling we do, the less tipping fees we have to pay. Unfortunately, it's more expensive to get rid of a ton of recycling than a ton of garbage. So unfortunately, the better we do for our environment and for the state law of saying we have to recycle more, it's gonna cost us more. Not a lot more, well, $10 a ton, $8 a ton, it's,
Came up to like 3,000.
yeah, altogether, yeah. And then miscellaneous, some years, it's weird the way it works with that.
Because
Well, because we only said 19,000 in there. Some years we spent the whole 19,000. Leslie and I were trying to figure out why. What's that place on the lawnmower?
had the hazard waste.
Yep.
The hazardous waste. Some years it cost us 12,000. Some years it cost us 2,000.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we don't get a bill until September.
That makes sense. Put
Yeah.
it down.
Well, we brought it back down where it was.
Yeah.
We did bring it up because the recycling committee was gonna do all kinds of, programs, mailings and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
there was money built in there for.
I think that was the extra 5,000.
Yeah, there's
They
money
came by
built-
today to see me to tell me that they want a pamphlet printed that says about where all this stuff could go, and they're gonna send a copy of it, so they're still gonna wanna do something.
Okay,
Okay.
the money, that's why the budget this year was $24,000 for them to do the advertising, you know, what, I mean, it was.
They can't spend it this year and next year.
They had to say, either this year or this year, I mean.
Well, as you can see, last year we only spent 11,000 out of that account, out of the 19.
Yeah.
Because last year, I don't know, COVID screwed everything up with that, because during COVID, people were bringing a lot of, cleaning out garages, cleaning out this, cleaning out sheds, getting everything down to New Haven, and we were getting $8,000, $9,000 bills. Now, this year, we actually did one in Bethany, which didn't cost, we collected a lot of a lot of stuff, and it didn't cost us anything.
It was very successful, it was a good idea.
No. Tony, I think that's something that you should put on the schedule for like at least every 18 months.
I already have a call to the woman who organizes it,
Yeah.
because they were happy to do it, so probably maybe spring to do it again.
Yeah, so I don't know how many, there's a bunch of towns involved, I don't know how often they do it.
Right.
So we might be able to once a year, twice, once every other year. But we're gonna do, I think it's the first one we did in a long, long time, right? So
Yeah.
this is the
First
first
one we did.
one we ever did. So we're gonna try to do it as much as we can, because it was very successful.
And what was that?
We had a hazardous waste collection.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Paint cans
Yeah.
and spray and,
yeah.
yeah,
And
it was very
businesses
successful.
can come to it too, you know,
Yeah.
like, they had one in Woodbridge, we.
Everybody participates in the thing.
In this region, yeah.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Yeah.
That's really good.
There was a
The,
couple people came from Meriden.
they take it right out of your car.
Yeah.
Get out of the car, the trunk took out of your
It
trunk.
was amazing.
What was it? I got rid of 30 paint cans.
Oh,
Really?
Paint can in the car in the living room, 2006.
My basement looks like that.
I need to do it.
Okay, so that budget, again, it is a little, it might be a little bit in flux because there is changes coming at recycling. We just don't know what the changes are gonna be yet. So we just pretty much left the numbers the same.
All right, next one.
Okay.
We've kind of gone through that one last week, so.
That's fine.
What's this one?
That's
That part, okay. That part salary,
Who's that? What is that?
that's Chris Friends. Okay, the best part salary, that includes the lodge, the pavilion, the cleaning of it, the showing parties, he makes sure everything is good, he gets paid for that, so it's nothing to do with the park itself, it's the buildings.
Does that person charge alternate time somewhere else, or that's their only?
He works part-time, he does clean public works, he cleans Center Station, he fills in here. Like if I have a special project here, like he buffed the community floor, he buffed the floors next door.
Okay, so this isn't his only salary line, or you?
That comes out of anything outside of. Well, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I should have said it. He does public works, when he does Center Station, that comes out of this line.
Okay, yeah.
But when he does special projects at Town Hall, it comes out of my Town Hall custodial line.
So he's a part-time employee.
Yes, he works anywhere from 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week. In the summer, obviously a lot more because there's a lot more rentals at the pavilion and at the lodge. I'm usually working 20 hours a week, maybe. But he gets paid like yesterday, I was over there Sunday morning at the lodge, and he came in showing someone the building that they were interested in renting it for a wedding. So he gets paid like 2 hours to do that because somebody's got to do it, and he's not going to do it for free, obviously, you know what I mean? So. Okay.
What's coordinator stipend?
That was something that was in the budget, that was put in the budget years ago because the former Park and Rec director required additional funds to do that job on top of her job.
Take the call and make the bookings.
Who does that now? That's you?
And
Thank you.
it's written into his job description when he was hired.
So we can kind of take this line out.
That's why you're zero selectmen and finance budget.
Okay, now
I took it out.
contracted services, I went from 2,200 to 4,000 because we did last year, they took a lot of stuff. Fire, fire alarm operating, things like that. The pavilion, opening and closing the pavilion, you know, winterizing and dewinterizing, anything that we do with the contract, whatever you wanna call it, comes out of that one.
But it's but he's also moved it from probably the building from town hall facilities or from public works to, that's part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, telephone and cable, again, we switched from Comcast to Frontier, so we saved $1,500. Electrical service, I mean, electrical, it is what it is. Waterfront maintenance, that is sand for the beach. That is if they need floating things for the swimming area. Buoys. Whatever we need. And so, you know, typically we do sand. We haven't done anything yet this year because we typically try to do the sand, obviously, in the spring or, you know, beginning of the summer season. You know, bring a couple triaxles out of New Jersey with sand. It's not cheap, but it's very necessary. Maintenance of the building. That's what it is, cleaning supplies. Propane for heat,
Are we doing the geese this year or next year?
the gate,
We'll get to it.
that's, oh, the geese. Soon as, well, again, it's.
We're buying some geese.
Yes. We're gonna ship.
Need more.
Yeah, we have more over there. It's not coming.
No, it'll come out, that'll be either a capital or a LoSiP, depending on what, if you guys wanna do it, depending on what you guys wanna do.
Why can't it come out of this budget for this year?
There's no money in there for that, for extra $3,000 in this year. I can add it for next year's budget if you wanna.
Three, from
$3,000.
71 to 67.
Which line we looking at?
Like the totals, the budget for this year and the estimated spend.
It's down
Well-
$6,000 from last year to this year.
No, this is only gonna cost us $4.
No, we could throw it back in there if you want.
You've estimated to spend 67.
Yeah.
And.
Last year was 71, so it's.
No, no, no.
That's what I'm saying, budgeted, right.
So we already
So
have
there's
the
money
money
left in the
there
budget.
in the Veterans Park budget.
Right, because, well, only because we save money on cable, we did electricity, there's.
So we save money,
There's
so
no-
we have money in
Next
this
year.
budget.
This year.
Why
This year.
can't we
So
take
what-
that money this year?
To you guys, I mean, it's either
And we're gonna-
LoSiP capital or just take it out of this budget, doesn't
He's
it?
got the information, there's lights.
Yeah, I got, there's a handout in a few minutes for
Yeah,
that.
it's.
Okay.
Do as much this year. If, it seems like we have already
already
authorized
appropriated
and
the money.
taxed and appropriated the money for this year.
Not
So
to
why-
spend it willy-nilly, but if it's something that we're gonna do
Well,
anyway.
we were gonna do-
We're gonna have to wait till closer to the end of this fiscal year. Okay.
Okay.
Just in case.
The last budget
Yeah.
and then.
But weren't we
We'll
gonna
go to
do it
capital.
in like May anyway?
Well, we were gonna do some, the water melts.
I thought we had to wait till May if you wanted to do LoSiP, so we couldn't do it before.
No need. Is $3,000 LoSiP has to get voted?
Yeah,
Okay.
but so if we don't use LoSiP and we have this and it's May.
Oh,
it's
it's
the
extra
end of
money.
the
If you
year,
guys,
we
if you
do
guys
it.
wanna switch money from electrical account to
Right,
electrical and salary to a
To
different line, that's up to you guys. That's fine. However you wanna pay for it. I'm just.
I recommend doing it this year.
We'll let him make his presentation on his geese.
Can we do facilities first and then go to geese?
I
I
like-
feel like, I feel this might be a lot.
I don't even know, the geese is a very quick.
It's
It's geese and the rest of the cabins.
Sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as long as you run around. Okay, so anyway, so the budget's coming down. Okay, so now we're at facilities, you guys switched already.
Yeah, we did.
Good. Okay. Salary part-time came down, well, 14%, as you can see, because we did contract with a cleaning company. We no longer have a custodian working for town hall strictly. We have,
So does that, yeah, cause if you look, if you slide over, Vinny, slide over. contractor on for the cleaning,
Yes,
as opposed to the personnel,
yes.
we should move that to the contracted services line, not the salary line.
Because otherwise we'll have.
That's fine. Whatever, that's,
Yeah. So that's why we made the.
you made the little more, yeah.
So we just have to look at that contract and put it where it needs to be.
And you still, right, so I still need money in that line for, like I said, when Chris comes in and does special projects. I'm zeroing it out.
There.
Figure out what because MSL was what, it's $500 a week, so that's 25, whatever,
Yeah,
25,000.
so
Yeah,
we
okay.
just have to tweak those two lines.
Okay.
Okay.
The engineering consultant, same thing, we put that in there 3-4 years ago, maybe. Because when the grants were hot and heavy, most of them were shovel-ready projects. So we had to come up with a few ideas, we had to get engineers involved and architects involved to draw those plans so we could present it for a grant.
And that's specifically for this building,
For town,
for any,
for whatever project, yeah.
So we think there might be more grants coming up or more needs for.
Right, as you can see, we spent 6,000 this year.
No, that's last year.
I'm sorry, last year, this year we didn't spend anything. But, so we cut it down. Well, I cut it to 15, you guys cut it to 20, which raised it back up to 20, which is good. Because like I say, the state, even though it's shovel ready, they don't give you the money for 2 years anyway. But they want plans and architecture and engineer drawings and everything else, which is fine. They don't make sure they're not wasting their money. But again, if we don't spend it, we're gonna give the 25,000 back or 20,000 back or whatever, so. What's the next one, say postage? Okay, that's not me.
Postage, it always goes up, right? So should we throw a little more in there?
What, is that for all postage for the town?
Yes, that's all postage for the town.
Or are we sending this stuff out?
But probably, we may have to revisit, because it's my understanding now that the registrars have to do a canvas every year.
Every household?
Yeah, another household canvas every year, where it used to be less frequent. Well, when the registrars do in every house canvas, they have to send out a letter, do you still live here? And are there still registered voters at this house?
You sign in a permit?
Yeah, and send it back. And you have to put postage on the return envelope.
Oh.
So it's double postage with every letter that goes out. And the Secretary of State has now made it an every year event.
I don't think I've ever done this.
I have no.
I think you,
Never done
I think you can raise that 12,000.
My whole life.
Electrical service, same thing, we threw 50 in, we spent 33 last year. You guys kept it 40, which is good.
And you live in this address and how many people are there
Yeah,
annually?
yes, the canvas is now on an annual basis. It's not.
Because of the November election date, it's close to May, that's why we have to do it now.
Okay. Maintenance repair building, historically, it was always 50,000. This past year, we cut it to 25 because of all the work that was being done. But they're going back up to 35 because it doesn't take long. Something breaks, it doesn't take long to spend 30 grand. I mean, this air conditioner the other day was $2,000 to repair. So. Annex repairs,
Okay. That makes sense.
2,500. Last year was 8,000 because we had to redo the whole annex.
Do you have to put a higher number because of the boiler? Furnace, whatever is over there?
At the end, no, it's all fixed.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Office supplies, that's their line. Heating oil. We came down, we're not gonna spend.
Question just about those office supplies, is that the new situation where all the office supplies are coming out of this? Or has that not been a thing?
Well, this year there was more money put in that for that purpose.
Yeah.
But we haven't decided yet if we're going to leave it in this town hall budget or move it to the finance budget.
Okay, so this is still needs some revisions is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. heating oil, it's coming down because we did switch to mostly heat pumps. We still burn oil, but electricity went up and heating oil came down, so.
Funny, I was gonna be like, why is there no center station repairs?
Here, we use propane for the oven for cooking, for the generator, and for the heat in the gym.
Okay.
The heat in the gym is a heat pump with propane backup.
And propane at center station, that's generated.
Propane at center station is generator and the kitchen.
And gas one. I mean,
That's why it's only $1,000, because hopefully we don't use, well, it's just for the generator. Hopefully if power goes out for that long, then it's a state of emergency, then everything changes.
yeah.
Okay?
So does this include, or did insurance cover the damage that was done with the accident to Center Station?
This includes nothing on that.
And
That's,
We're hoping that
Insurance.
insurance will cover it. Don is just in the process of getting bills and work is still in the process of being done, so our work hasn't been completed.
we haven't even started the major work.
Do we know who
Great.
did it?
And we see, yeah,
Yes.
and we still have,
But
we have a
Oh, the
deductible,
police and the person.
and the deductible is pretty substantial, and the question is, will we get paid back for the deductible? And we don't know. Obviously, we're gonna go after Enterprise, it was a rental car, and rental car will go after the person, and we'll see, it may take a while.
Right, so Kermit will pay us minus deductible, and then we'll go after them, and if they get the deductible, we'll get it back. I imagine they would, but you never know. Okay, so I don't even know.
Well, it's a guess. It's either 5, 8, or 10,000, because we keep being told different amounts, and I don't have the contract in front of me yet.
The way I read the policy is 5.
Okay,
Okay.
well, that's better.
When we met the insurance agent, he was very, oh, just send us a bill, we'll pay, and we haven't sent him a bill yet, but
Yeah.
see how quick.
Yeah. It's cheap.
Yeah.
We went together, so like, we both heard him say that.
Okay, so contract and services down there, again, that includes the fire alarm, the water testing, whatever's contracted to be done down there. The cable and cable, fax, and does it say fax? Well, telephone and cable. Well, telephone and internet.
We do pay cable there.
Yeah.
But you don't have a telephone, do you?
Yeah, there's a phone, there has to be in a public building for 911.
And it's also in the police side, right?
No, the phone is it's in the community.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
So the other thing I think we may have to add here is just come up with more, stuff that we're gonna do to fix up the other side for when the police come in.
We
I'm
need
trying to
add
get
a line
fringe.
item.
Renovation.
Pay renovations.
Remodeling.
What did 8,000? They told me, I got a budget price of 8,000. The police, theoretically, the state police are down here, they tear their building down. For a year, it's gonna be at least 2, it's not gonna be a year.
Well, a resident.
So we have 2 good-sized closets in the constable's area that we talked about knocking the one down, making it into one big office for the state police.
So I'm trying to work with the state, with our state senator and some other people to get a grant for that.
Yeah.
Or someone to just give us money,
And
and I'm not there yet.
if we can make that work, it'll way benefit Bethany, for even if we have to spend 8,000 pocket, because we're gonna cop there most all the time. Plus, it's gonna be a hangout, resting area, whatever, lunch break area for all the rest of the cops. So there'll be police cars all over all the time. Which
This
will
is
be
what
good.
happens in Bethany now, they come to the troop, and this way they'll come off of 8, they'll come off of,
84, whatever.
yeah, they'll come off of
Come back.
15.
A lot of brake lights in front of Center Station.
Yes. So that's, so now, that.
Hopefully they're break.
Capital. Also per capita, put in the budget, I mean, whatever.
$1,000.
They told me about it.
Well, and it's really good because the part that when you do that, you'll then go, I think
Well, the good thing is, if you vote as a council, And then we don't have, then the money comes out of, the state gives us the money. We're just gonna spend the cap. Just
I just want to know,
get rid of the cap.
yes, there.
If it's in the- yeah, you see where to spend it.
Okay, then. If, would that be a capital expense or would it be renovations would be a?
Renovations would be a capital expense.
You're-
Gonna be $30,000, yeah.
I mean, you would think because they're asking to move into our building that they would come up with the $8,000.
The sign down, then hit the
Like
building.
I said, it's gonna benefit us, because when they're gone, they need another office for fire marshal and whatever, so.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Okay, telephone and cable, that's gonna be coming down, not a lot, but a little bit, because we have a contract with Comcast now that it ends in March, so we'll switch to Frontier, so we'll probably save, I don't know, 50, 60 bucks a month, so that'll come down a couple $100, not a lot. Electric again is, electric's electric. Maintenance and repair of the building, because the building is used actually a lot more than I ever thought it was gonna be used. I mean, it's pretty much, it's almost every day of the week.
That meeting room is good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The meeting room is pretty much Monday through Friday, every week,
that's a beautiful. one.
and then it's rented on some weekends, but. You know, it's a lot less expensive for us to have a meeting down there than it is here, because it's a smaller building and, you don't have to open up town hall and turn all these lights and heat and everything else. You know?
You scroll down.
Okay, the airport, same thing, contracted services is pretty much the rental of porta potties.
Oh.
Okay, I think that's like $500 a month, $400 a month, $350 a month. It's $350 a month for the 2 porta potties, 9 months a year, so.
9 weeks a year, what do we do?
Is it, okay, so it's almost 500 a month then. Oh, yes, anyways, that'll cover it. Electrical service is not a lot. Maintenance repair of the building, that'll be the horse tower and the airport hangar.
What about the rings? We were talking about, maintenance for them.
Okay, so the rings, we had the ring surface done, that's done.
Is that on that line?
No, that was you guys,
Yes, that $15,000 expense would be the repair of the ring.
$1,500.
That column there is this year's expense.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you guys transferred money, you guys put money out of contingency into my budget to do that.
That's the fence.
That's the fence, right?
That's a universal. That's the universal GL for maintenance and repair.
The 58548.
So it's the GL you're using attached to it less than, so it's probably more in the comments that includes.
Yeah,
I mean, on buildings.
Yeah, it's made, see, kids, when we have the airport is it's kind of like it's property.
Yeah.
Okay, it's building and property, so the maintenance and repair of building, we keep going in and we could add / property to it.
It's the same with all my buildings. If something has to be done outside at the lodge, it comes out of that. Landscaping, mulch, whatever comes out of that.
Or
And-
that 15,000 even was for the ring versus.
It was in the minutes of that, meeting.
Yeah, I have almost 5,000 left.
Yes.
We have 4,000 almost 6,000 left. There's 4,000 to do the north ring, a little bit left maybe to do something on the south ring, and then there's also another 1,000 that the Lions donated for paint and stuff for the south ring.
And we're gonna do that work this fiscal year, right?
As soon as the weather went, yeah. We didn't do the, I think it was almost snowing by the time we finished the actual.
Just in time, like literally 2 days or 3 days before.
Yeah, it froze, so.
But
okay.
you only have 4,500 in this line.
That's for next year.
That's for next year.
Yeah, is that enough to maintain the rings every year that you need to do?
Well, the south ring was determined, we're not doing anything except, I think we said we were talking maybe volunteers, hopefully. Power off it, have volunteers paint it and whatever. We're not doing anything with the surface of the ring.
I'm hoping first people will volunteer too.
And then the north ring, because we did resurface the whole thing, we were coming up with, I don't know if Vinny's even done, they're ready to come up with a whole new paper rental form that you take care of the ring before you get there if you want, but when you leave, the ring is pristine condition.
But I think there needs to be, I think maybe talk to Andy, just if you haven't been, because I think there's other conversations that about what it needs and very specific so that we don't get into the same spot with.
We talked to him, we're gonna purchase a dragger.
Okay, is that?
They're not that expensive. We're gonna purchase a dragger. Only thing we don't know is what we're gonna do with it yet. We have to leave it outside, and if we're gonna lock it to the fence, if we're gonna.
Again,
Something.
right, I don't think we need to know right here and right now, just I think that there's some more.
There's a special dragger that they said that we're gonna have. We wouldn't have the equipment at Public Works to do that. You need either like a quad or a side by side. You guys want to buy this and side by side, we'll do it.
I think Peter volunteered too, so I think that there's plans and.
So the place- Plus what we also talked about was like the gymkhana that comes in. When they're done, they have quads and 4x4s. Let them drag our dragger and clean the ring.
With things in the contract about how they do that,
Yes.
because that's how it got messed up in the first.
They dug rocks this big from a foot down.
Yeah, and again,
Again.
probably not the meeting.
No, that's okay. No,
Conversation.
but we've had that conversation with Andy with a lot, so we've been meeting him quite often. Okay. Okay.
The other thing, Don, you have double dipped under Operation Airport, because you have the porta potties under contracted services. And that is what is currently being paid out of all other expenses.
Okay, scroll down a little bit.
So you have the 3,000 on the top line and the bottom line.
Yeah, but all the expenses is for whatever else has to be done in there.
Okay, so you want to keep it that?
Yes.
Okay,
So that's an increase.
so that's an increase.
$3,000.
Yeah, because right now that isn't, the porta potties are included in that all other expense line for this fiscal year.
It's not an increase.
Because it's.
Yeah, because he's adding 3,000 in contracted services.
Uncontracted, oh, I see.
And all other expenses would be whatever else, like I say, we have to buy one of those screener things, we have to.
Okay, all right.
Well, I think we said too.
That actually, that the big door, that the hangar, we had to replace the window twice this year. Once this year,
Is
once
there
last
anything
year,
I think once last year.
$600 for a window this big.
Do we have anything to do with that hangar that we have to, you think, plan for next year?
Unless they keep shooting windows out.
Who shoots windows out?
I know. Golf ball, when you put a golf ball, one look like a BB. But the problem is the windows are only this big, but they're 3/4 inch thick.
Wow.
We're paying very, very expensive. Okay, so that's all my budgets, I believe.
And now it's-
part of
So I hate to put this to you this way, but you've saved a lot of money. You have taken out money in each one of your budgets, just about. So thank you for that. Is there anything that you could think of that you need that you didn't add? And I'm not looking for you to add
Barring
stuff, but
catastrophe or barring an emergency or barring a major snow event or ice event or hurricane tornado, we're in pretty good shape with the numbers. I mean, unless a lawnmower blows up, whatever, something to that effect, but if everything stays status quo, we're good.
thank you.
Okay.
So now you want to tell us about the geese?
No, I want to hear.
No.
The what?
Capital.
Oh, capital, oh, excuse me, capital. Our capital budget is huge this year.
The geese are only $2,000.
Yeah.
Okay, the horse ring, I believe that's done already, because that was in for next year's budget.
That's why it's highlighted.
Okay.
Carol and I thought that perhaps it could come out.
Okay, the airport field fencing, remember we had talked about putting that fence on the south side of the road where the Lions Club and the football people and everybody else play?
Yeah.
A little fence like we have over here and like we have down at Vets Park,
Yeah.
a little thing like that. In talking to the police and witnessing myself at carnivals and stuff like that, it's a free for all. There's cars flying all over the place. You watch the fireworks, there's kids on blankets and cars are flying all over the place. So we wanted to put a nice little gate fence or whatever you want to call it with a couple of closing gates.
Yeah.
So if there's an event, we open up the gates. If there's no event, we close the gates. And this way the constables or CERT or whatever have 2 entrances or exits to worry about than 200 yards of entrances and
Yeah.
exits.
I have to think how that would work for the flea market, all the vendors coming in.
Well, same thing, you'd have your two 14-foot gates or whatever.
Are we gonna have to light the fence then?
I just put reflectors on it.
Yeah.
Or headlights off the cars.
So I remember this was discussed and I talked about it with Sharon. She had some opinions on it. I'm trying to remember. You just said some concerns about it, like it, and I think one of them was who's gonna open and close the gate. It has like a logistics question of trying to get a hold of someone when it was needed. And then the other thing was, it was about the horse people, how it would be a problem for the horse people.
Well, the horse, okay, as far as opening and closing the gate, what we're thinking is it's only gonna be open if there's an event with people actually have to park on the field. For like the Lions, or the carnival, or it's a firework or something like that. You won't want, people should be parking on the field anyway. Okay, as far as the horse people, as far as I know, they don't park, I believe so, they don't park on the field at all over there, right? They on the rinks or across from the rinks, we're talking just the left-hand side where the football kids play and they shoot the fireworks off and the Lions Club does their their thing. So. I mean, Dave was excited about it because, like I said, it will make his life easier, it will make it safer for everybody. But again, I mean, up to you guys. Now, the backhoe, we definitely need a new backhoe. We talked about this last year and I think the year before.
John Deere.
The John Deere, we just spent another, were you familiar with the John Deere?
The crummy one.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like 185?
Yeah, this is last year's. So
This is last year's number, right?
this is last year's.
Change the number.
Okay, so the new, actually, it's 185, and then we're anticipating a $20,000 trade-in. So it's actually down to 165. Well, there's another piece of paper with it in there.
Well, is that on what, is that on? Vinny, do you have the?
Yeah, he's got the papers I printed up.
Is it one-time payment or is it like a?
Yeah, the things that Lucy stuff is, oops, sorry. Is, when interest rates were free, it'd be a little bit of sense, but it doesn't really anymore, so. Okay. So anyway, so the backhoe, we were gonna try to do either a John Deere or this. The case is a little more money. But the only reason, well, John Deere's a better backhoe. But we have all the attachments for the John Deere already. So if we switch to a case, then we're buying new attachments, forks and buckets and all that other stuff. The John Deere, we would purchase it from these, name just popped out of my head.
State Sourcewell.
Sourcewell, so it's a state price, okay?
Dealers more local to Wallingford instead of cases, not in Orange anymore, the other side of the state. I can't remember where, just, that's a little convenience thing to run for parts or whatever.
Right. Okay, then we're also asking for an 18-foot enclosed shed that we're gonna be sharing the police department or the.
Do we
whatever
have
you wanna call
something
them.
like that already, or is this a new?
We don't have trailers right now. We have lawn trailer and we have a skid steer trailer.
And what's the
Okay, so an 18-foot.
problem we're solving with that?
Okay, so
Keep all the tools together, because right now, if we working on a catch basin and we're on the job, it's run back and get this, run back and get this. Like a fool looking, where's this, where's that? So the idea is if we had everything in a trailer, at the end of the day, you close the door, the next day, everything is still in the same place. You could bring it to the job. I don't think we would, but realistically, you could put locks on it and leave it on the job overnight. The idea is you don't have to keep coming back and loading things because you need a truck for something else. And it's kind of an organization thing. It's like the plumber having the truck with all
those tools.
Get shared with the police.
Okay, so Dave could use a trailer a few times a year.
Okay.
Like Halloween, they bring, all the stuff to whatever road.
barricades.
And for the parade, things like that. So we would that a few times a year, we'd unload our stuff and let Dave take the trailer, then put our stuff back on.
Mostly with barricades and cones in there, so realistically, we just leave our barricades and cones and Dave uses them, puts them back when they're done.
Dave's gonna pay for it through, it's not gonna be part of the town budget. Dave said
Is
that.
Overtime budget?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's roughly $15,000 trailer. We're paying half Dave's payment. Okay, and like Tony said, it'll save us a lot of time, because now we have the lawnmower trailer. So if the guys are out cutting grass somewhere and we need to get a piece of equipment over to somewhere, we gotta take the stuff off the trailer, put our stuff on it, bring it over, bring it back, swap it around, at least that's be.
Load the truck and you think you have everything. You get to the job, you know, I mean, yes, we're in town, it's not a long trip, but it's a lot of back and forth where if everything is in, we used to have a small, just open trailer with some stuff, but it was too small, so the intention was we traded in when we bought the skid steer trailer with intention of getting a bigger one down the road, and now we're down the road, so.
So you pull it with
To
a,
store it,
What's that?
you have a place to store it?
You could, realistically, it's an enclosed trailer, so you leave it outside.
Well, we do it the old salt
It
shed.
in the, in the hangar.
Well, the old salt shed in the summer if we had
If
to,
there's,
and then the hangar in the winter. Right now in the hangar, we have the sweeper, we have the cert trailer,
tractors.
we have the tractors, we have the state tractor
Park and rec
trailer for
truck.
some reason.
Park and rec
Park and rec
van.
van, we have the senior bus.
Senior bus?
There's a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, it's a great cold storage.
But realistically, the trailer, worst cases, we could park it in the recycling area, so it's locked behind a gate.
Yeah.
But also, you know, you put locks on it so nobody breaks into it.
Okay. Okay.
and pull with a pickup?
Yeah, any of this, well, anything we own to pull it, but.
Yeah, but-
You know, good coverage.
Little mason dump or whatever.
I think Dave said he would move the traffic signs, whatever those things, the speed signs, he can put in there and move it quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, now a locking gate for Vets Park, there's a lot of talk about. We used to have the neighbor before my time, a neighbor used to go over and lock the gate every morning. Or every evening and unlock it in the morning. Okay,
I don't even think it was that long ago. I mean, it was literally 6 months ago, somebody was locking and unlocking the gate.
well, it's
Yeah,
been a while.
George Carvelis, who lived there, used to do it.
Yeah.
The neighbor did it, like someone just.
Yeah,
And then,
well, and then for a while, Steve,
Steven used
and then
to-
when he was living in Beacon Falls, so I would lock it. The problem with that is now the fire department has a suction line in there to fill tankers. So we fill in Beacon Falls, Prospect, Seymour, it's all the mutual aid places. But Beacon Falls runs up and fills up the tanker if they have to.
okay,
Unfortunately, if there's a locked gate, they're driving through the gate. Because they said, we'll get in there.
No.
And when we did when we did the work at the lodge last summer, when we took the tree and the pole and we went underground with the electrical and things like that, we made provisions. We ran a 2-inch line to within a 2-inch conduit to within 20 feet of the gate. So now we can have power over there very, very inexpensively to put an actual electric gate,
Sliding gate or swing gate?
swing gate. Okay, it would be a gate like going into the backfield over here, like an 18-foot or 14-foot, right?
Yeah, so.
Whatever the width of the gate is, just one big swing gate with an arm. Okay, and then there's a timer where it would open at 8 in the morning, close at 8 o'clock at night. They would put an electronic something on the bottom. So if somebody's down there after 8 o'clock, the gate would open to let them out. Okay, there would also be a keypad, so the fire department would be able to access it. They would do that. Dispatch would tell them, if you're going there, the code is 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. This way the constables can get in, we can get in. There's also garage doors, the garbage people can get in. I don't know. I'm told there's a lot of activity at night down at the lake.
It's not on social media.
I've never really witnessed any of it. Okay, the police really never. It's not a huge problem. Okay, but it is a problem and it is a liability. You know, what I mean, so anyway, so the gate's about $9,500.
to go that route.
That
I
would-
mean, right, like, not that we need to decide. There are other ways, of course, we could always, but to do it without any sort of manhandling or sharing of keys and codes.
Well, right, keys and code, right, well, codes, well, we'd have to be locking, you know. Oh, be like a combination.
I
lock?
mean, there is a gate and you could just put a lock on it and do a combo or a pin
But the
pad.
problem is, who's gonna go there at 8 o'clock at night to lock it? And if somebody's down in the back and you go at 8 o'clock at night to lock it, say you graciously volunteered, and somebody's down there playing basketball, you're gonna wanna go down and say, hey, get out, I'm locking the gate. Or you have to call the police and say, hey,
You
the
don't
cops
need
are
to,
locking it.
just use your megaphone, so you're not near.
Yeah, and the police are down there doing their best to do then.
Be like, just go to the.
Don't let the barbed wire intimidate you.
All right, so it's just up to you guys.
Right, so it's $10,000 worth of, thing in, but, yeah.
So I think my personal opinion is if we, as a town, believe that we need a gate, this is probably your best, but yeah, I agree, yeah.
Okay, so these, now we're talking about the geese for 2 minutes and then we're done.
I'm tired.
Okay. So, and you guys know, the geese are a major problem. You know about the geese. Between geese and the geese intimidating people, intimidating dogs. Nobody goes to the lake anymore because there's geese and the bacteria and it's pretty gross.
It is a mess.
Okay, they don't let you kill them. They're very hard to trap. They'll come back, okay? They came up with another $1 million idea that I didn't have. It's lights. If you look at page 2, but anyway, these are the lights that they put in. They proposed to put, well, we'll install them ourselves, but this company proposed 4 lights in the lake, 3 in the middle, and then 1 over to the right-hand side, and then 2 in the field. Now, what these lights are, in the lake, you put a cinder block with a 10-foot extra rope, this way they can.
No picture?
No, I don't like the picture. They're like little beacons, okay? Solar powered, they stay in over a year. They're like 12 inches off the water. It emits a pulse every 20 seconds, 30 seconds, or whatever. He's sleep with one eye open. It drives it crazy in a leak.
Nice.
Okay, and it's guaranteed. Well, it's guaranteed 6 months. If the geese aren't gone in 6 months, they give you. They're $460, I believe, a piece. So we're looking for $3 grand to eliminate not eliminate. What was the word? And like I said, the solar power, what we would do, we would take a little, and we would look out and just tie us in a block and drop it in the water and tie it to it and run away, and then we're good. We talked to a lot of towns that did it.
Evict, that's a word.
Evict.
Yes, we're gonna evict.
Yes, we don't harm them, and it's such a low light, it wouldn't affect the neighbors, it wouldn't affect, the airplanes and whatever.
Just make them crazy.
Yeah, and then there is a couple more things that have to get done to the lake. We're hoping to do a steep grant this year to take care of some of the work out there. The water, it's been getting worse, 3, 4, 5 times a year now. QVHD shuts it down for bacteria. Okay. Oh, you got a picture?
Some of that could be the geese.
That's the geese.
I think I've seen those.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
This is on the land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the water is.
It's just a.
Water.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And it's what you do, you drop a cinder block with a rope, you pull extra 10 feet, you tie it up and it just floats around. It stays in the ice, you don't have to remove it in the winter time, it's just whatever, okay?
So here's the most important part of this, is that we are going to put these in the water,
And she's gonna film us.
and I'm going to film Tony and Don.
Which would be a lot more money, is to aerate it. So we would have to put 2 compressors, one by the lifeguard shack and one by the pavilion, and run air lines into the lake to keep the water bubbling, to stir the water up, to get the high and the low and the cold and the hot.
To do what? To eliminate bacteria?
That will eliminate the growth of the bacteria. And then there's also some stuff they throw in
It would not eliminate the growth, because we have aerators in the lake that I belong to. And the weeds grow lovely.
How about the
They
bacteria?
really- Huh?
How about the bacteria?
We don't, well, we don't have a lot of bacteria, however, if there is more than an inch of rain in 24 hours, they automatically shut it down because they figure the bacteria is there.
So I'm thinking the only reason that UHD would has shut this down is because of the bacteria from the geese.
Mhm.
So.
Well, there's also natural bacteria, whatever, yeah, but.
I mean, I think
So I think we're gonna try this.
It felt like you said. I mean,
Okay.
Yes.
They come in.
I mean, they shut down even down at the sound, so it's,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know that you're gonna completely get.
Yeah, you won't
back on it,
completely.
Cause this is a very inexpensive fix if we get rid of the geese.
the geese, yeah.
Okay.
Advertise to get people there.
The lake, and what was the other?
Okay, aeration of the lake, and then this company, they talked about some kind of,
Page news on it.
what did he call it?
You get to cover the chemical because there's no.
It's a kind of,
Some sort of, it's like, almost like, pellets.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Mhm.
And they throw pellets in the lake as necessary, and that kills bacteria and.
algae,
Algae.
kill the algae, but if you, right, the algae will bloom and it will be disgusting.
You can't use anything that would actually, you can't use anything that would hurt anybody or any living thing.
Right.
So you can't use the good stuff anymore. Put it that way. That would actually kill the bacteria.
We use something very similar to that and then
It's like-
yes, and then they close the lake for 24 hours. The precaution rather than a necessity.
Okay,
A
there's
necessity.
people who swim in it no matter.
Just to get people to go back there.
Enjoy it, it's.
What is?
Good lake.
It's crowded all the time.
There were
I've never
numbers
seen
from
it.
last summer and there were times there were 2 people.
I had a family reunion.
What is crowded? Well, the park, the playground always has.
Well, yeah, but not the water.
No.
You have the water totally to yourself if you're brave enough to go in.
He's never been in it.
We had a family reunion in August of 2 years ago. It was 100 degrees out. There was 3 people in it. It was 3 people in it.
Fair, yes,
It's
no,
gross.
it's in the water.
It's gross.
But
It's-
on water. Anyway, my kids would swim in it if it weren't so like.
Geesey.
Yes.
Jen's kids will swim in it. If it's hot enough, they'll go, they won't maybe stay long, but they will.
My kids will wade into it and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
They'll go.
May, they're in there.
Well,
Remember, Bo used to swim every day.
they out.
When we
Yeah.
see her now.
And we have to
No, they-
really have to-
Hard to
He's
do
still
that.
almost here. Yeah, he was really soft, and you would think I'm not going very long.
Yeah.
I'm-
Okay, so that's the geese. Any questions about the geese?
It's interesting. I hope it works.
Yeah.
Really, this year, like, I think that's.
No, we want to do, as soon as, the ice melts, we'll start, say, April, whatever, May.
I can't wait.
When do geese come back?
Yeah, we do have to wait till the geese come back.
I don't know. when the geese-
No, you don't. Put it there and they won't settle.
But if they, I think they slept in Little Nile.
You want to
How do they
get
see?
them out there before they're.
Because if they lay eggs, they're not leaving no matter what you do to them.
As soon as the ice melts, we want to do it.
Yeah, John, have you thought about the risk of people using it for target practice?
People are gonna.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's a possibility.
Absolutely.
What do you mean? People shooting at
How many
people.
lifeguard stands are probably in the bottom of that lake?
If they don't shoot at the geese, why would they shoot at the light? The geese would be much more fun.
They would.
That's true.
No, it's.
I mean, 'cause we asked how much the fine was
Right?
a gun in a residential area because we had 24 geese, and we figured if the fine was low enough, then we would fire 24 times, and then we would not have a geese problem.
They actually do make shotgun sounds that you can put a speaker up in every hour.
If they can't reproduce, they will leave.
Yeah, so we have to get.
But then you need somebody who's gonna go out there every single day and find every single nest and take every single egg. And if you
Can
leave
you
one
actually,
egg,
can you
it won't
actually
work.
do that?
Huh?
Can you
Yeah.
actually do that
Yeah.
legally?
Yes.
You can't destroy them. Can
Sure, put them in the fridge, they're done.
you? Okay. All right.
Give them back, and then you give them back.
I know, I used to work there. You know, do a little while, went to work back in the day, and if there was seagulls with eggs or something like that, I'd stay away. Especially at Yale. If there's a seagull's nest in the middle of the roof that you're working on, you gotta wait.
You know, you gotta appreciate Bethany because you would never have these conversations if you lived in New Haven or.
You would if
Yeah.
Osprey,
Well, I
for
guess so,
sure,
right.
sure. Osprey. All my projects I'm doing with Osprey. are
Okay.
based
The
in
pterodactyls up in the pterodactyl. I don't know what kind of birds they are, but they're big.
A pterodactyl.
They live in the salt shed, so when I go up there at 3 o'clock in the morning to open it up, they get ready. And they're up there wrestling around, scare the crap out of you the first few times. Once you get used to it, I start talking to them like, "Hey, pterodactyls," and they sit right back at me.
Are they small or?
Oh, these are monsters. I don't
Yeah.
care. These are 5 foot wingspan, 4 foot wingspans and things.
This is the tower. And this is the winter residence. And you have to watch when you go in the dark to turn the lights on, they don't wrap on you.
Oh, it sounds like that may have happened.
It's fun. But it's.
Quick thing about Center Station. The Center Station, we did switch to heat pumps in the community room and the consoles area. Okay, we did one back. And but the garage, the 2 garages are oil. Heat.
Can we change the heat pumps there?
No, when it's. No, that wouldn't be practical. Well, you still need oil backup. A lot. It might leak a quart a day. We put some stop leak in it, it stopped it for a while, it leaks a little bit, okay? They tell me it might last 10 years, it might last 10 days. You don't know. So we're gonna roll the dice and see what happens.
So that's the garage bays,
Yes,
it's just not heated.
but there's water. Because the boiler is actually not in the building, the boiler's in the vault, which is to the left of the building. So, actually, the boiler is in the basement of the old schoolhouse. Remember the old schoolhouse? The old, over here, that used to be down there. They took the old schoolhouse when they built the building and they left the boiler underground. There's grass on top of it.
Okay.
Okay, so all the water lines go underneath the slab of the community room. And then come up in the garage, and then they go up and they go over and they go down and they go around and around and around.
And
So
it's really.
they're all
Up
exposed.
and over and down.
Yeah, okay, all right, and everything's exposed. So
The attic.
we keep the garages at 50 degrees.
Yeah.
Now it's a struggle because there's a 8
Big
foot.
hole.
Yes, I know.
But you did like.
We did, wood and we did insulate it, but it's only 2 by 4s and 3 inches insulation, so it's better than nothing. But ever since we did it, it's been 5 below 0.
Yeah.
So we're not, the weather's not cooperating.
Not even a little.
So we actually ran out of oil Sunday. So they brought Sunday afternoon, because we're on automatic delivery, but I guess. It's 5 degrees below 0, there's a hole in the building. So, call standard oil Sunday afternoon, they came with 20 gallons, they got it started, we'll be there tomorrow. Ran out of oil on Monday,
Oh, no.
they couldn't get there, they had a error of some sort, they said, I don't know what the hell that means. So they came on Monday, yesterday, with 21 gallons and started the boiler again, and then they filled it up today. So we didn't lose the building, but like I said, everything's under the slab, so if we did freeze pipes, we're jackhammering the slabs out. So that would have been
Not good.
disaster.
You can't make this up.
What I would do is to put a little addition on the back and put the boiler in the garage. And eliminate everything under the slab and everything in the vault.
Just disconnect them.
We could put the boiler in the garage anyway now, can't we?
If we put a new boiler in there.
Yeah.
Then you repipe it. It's a lot more expensive because now you're repiping everything, but
In the long run, though.
in the long run, it would, but whatever.
I had a plumber who
Yeah,
used to tell people they put oatmeal in the boiler.
Just for leaks.
Yeah.
All right, well, we made it through. And I think we made it through in the timing we were
It's now
expecting.
11 o'clock.
Any more questions for me about the geese or about the gates or
No,
about the
pretty neat.
whatever?
On here, it doesn't have the airport field fencing. So that's one thing that's on.
No, it does not. That was a holdover from last
That
year.
was, that's last year, that's last year.
And
Nice job.
finance chose to roll it to this year. We weren't entertaining it.
Just this lesson. You here? Never.
If you wanna do it, you do.
Well, entertain it. Just go one way or the
Eight
We're
twenty.
missing. Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna what?
Oh, we need to vote. We need to vote now.
No, we didn't vote.
Yeah.
Can I ask one quick question though? The road paving, is that 450 being considered, or is that? No, I won't find out till. What? Only because we're gonna start making plans, not right away. The road paving.
Are you asking for 6? Is 450 was kind of what we were thinking?
No, that's fine, but I'm just, you know.
Concerns is what
But
you're.
his question is.
Are we gonna knock it down?
Because if you guys don't, if, like, you might have on the board. You might have been on the board. You might have been on the board. When, they get that beta engineering.
See.
Yeah.
Organization.
They said $1 million a year to keep the roads where you want them. So. We're doing our best to keep them. No, I'm just saying, the roads are pretty damn good shape compared to everywhere else in the state you got.
Even to the surrounding towns, it's so
Yeah.
funny when you like.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing, you
I had
know?
a lady at the end of last winter insisting that she blew her tire out in Bethany and we went back and forth. I said, I can meet you out there if you want. I said, but tell me where it is again. I said, I'm sorry. I said, if you go about 100 feet more, then you're in Bethany.
You have to go.
Gaylord Mountain?
Brooks Road.
Single line is
Single lines and blacks and pothole.
Yeah, you're Camden.
All right.
When you guys look into the big thing for the.
I think so. Next week is again, it's BCS.
Yeah, remember, we've got the meeting.
That's right, but
I can first remember.
so are we going all the way through some of that BCS and then we'll discuss the budget per se till our meeting? I think it's took control.
I think it's because you're getting it cheaper.
No, we have BCS.
Because right now, they have
we're still on?
us with the fob, so we know, down, instead of